Good evening, everyone. My name is Derek Beckwith. I'm the chair of the City of Beverly Planning Board, and I'm pleased to call tonight's meeting, Tuesday, December 16th, 2025, at 7:04 to order. And this is an in-person meeting, but virtual access for members of the board and the public is also available for participation via Google Meet. The legal disclaimer will be read right now. Pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023, Section 40, adopted on March 29th, 2023, this meeting of the City of Beverly Planning Board will be conducted in person and via remote participation. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to attend via remote participation may do so through the Google Meet information provided at the end of the agenda, which is posted online and available for anyone who's watching at home or here or wherever. The meeting is also being live streamed by BevCam. Thank you very much, BevCam, once again, to bring this information to everyone at home. And with that, I don't think we have any early announcements. We're ready to move forward. Our first order of business is subdivision approval not required plans. Do we have any? Nope. None. Okay. Number one on the agenda is done. Now we move to our second item on the agenda, which is 184 and 186 Hart Street. Planning Board approval of the conveyance of the open space parcel to a qualified homeowners trust called Hart Street Open Space HOA Trust.
Hi, good evening, members
Hello.
of the Planning Board. Miranda Samasco on behalf of the applicant, CS Hart LLC. You will probably recall that this was a decision that the board rendered back in August of this year for approving an OSRD development on Hart Street. You're familiar with the conditions, which are that we need to document the homeowners association for both the open space and for the infrastructure. The planning board is required to approve specifically the open space conveyance. And so we submitted this request last week proposing that we establish a homeowners trust that will be comprised of every lot owner. There are 7 lots anticipated, plus the open space. Each would have a beneficial interest in the homeowners trust, and the open space parcel would be conveyed to them, subject to a restriction that it be preserved in perpetuity for, for 30 years as open space to be renewed on a perpetual basis in terms of 20 years. We still are holding out some hope that Essex County Greenbelt may agree that they would like to acquire this property, but our indications are really 50-50. They've done a site walk. They haven't made the full proposal to their board yet. They're still trying to do some due diligence, but the site is not a prime example of open space that they would normally step up to steward. So we really can't promise the board that that's what's going to happen, but so what we decided to do is have the HOA established and have an express provision, and the HOA satisfies the requirements under the ordinance. Once the HOA is on record, if Greenbelt or there are other neighbors, including Mass Audubon, to this site that we can approach, if any of them determine that they would like to acquire the property, certainly would be a beneficial thing for the HOA to have that happen. The city would like to have that happen, so there would not be any barrier to doing that. You'd have everything in place to protect the property, whether or not one of the land conservation organizations steps up to acquire it. Yes.
Yes, Wayne?
Were there some reservations identified by Audubon or Greenbelt specifically about the project, other than it's not picture book type of arrangement for them?
So Mass Audubon, we have not approached yet, I want to be clear. Greenbelt was the first organization that we approached. We want to give them the opportunity to do it. I think this involves a pond that was man-made, at least a portion of it, so.
Officially, yeah.
I think that and there's some drainage infrastructure in the open space, and there's sort of not ideal access. So and it's not exactly, while it's contiguous to other property that they own, between the wetlands and the other geographical issues on the site, the access is not super easy. So they're mindful of, what they decide to steward, and this does not.
Remind me, is it contiguous with Audubon and/or Greenbelt property?
I believe it's contiguous with both.
Oh, it is, okay, I remember the Audubon, it's both, okay. Okay,
Back
and,
Is the Greenbelt area.
and another quick question. You mentioned both a HOA, a homeowners association, and a homeowners trust. Is there any difference?
No, I'm sorry, they're the same thing.
Thank you.
Our city solicitor's looked over the language and has indicated that it all looks good to the city in terms of the draft. Oh, yes, Ellen.
Mr. Beckwith and Mr. Clausen, is there a question of a bond?
I was just about to mention that, actually, yeah.
Yeah, because there is some infrastructure involving the drainage structures, weirs and whatnot that go through the ponds, and some drainage easement and some storm drains and things like that. The engineering department would wanted to raise that bond from 5,000 to 10,000.
The applicant.
Is the applicant good with that? Is you okay with?
The applicant will live with that, yes.
Yes. Looking for the
No,
words, but
Not thrilled,
yes.
but we'll live with it, yes.
Thank you.
That was my, my question. Thank you for all the documentation and everything like that, so. Does anyone have any other questions? How about, our, members online? We have Sarah or Nate?
Nope.
Nope, no hand?
No questions.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I would welcome a motion. Yes, Ms. Flannery.
Mr. Beckwith, I move to accept the open space conveyance for the documents creating the Hart Street HOA Open Space Trust under the provisions of Condition 2A of the 184 and 186 Hart Street Open Space Residential Design Decision Letter, number 12-24, and Section 300-54H, paren 2 and paren 2 of the Beverly City zoning ordinance. At the same time, Mr. Clausen, do I establish the bond? Or is that a separate motion?
Make a condition that the documents are updated to have a $10,000 bond.
With the condition that the documents are updated to reflect a $10,000 bond.
Second?
Seconded by Mr. Gomes. Because that we have members who are attending remotely, all of our votes will be by roll call this evening. So I will hold a roll call. Judy? Sarah?
Yes.
Ellen?
Yes?
Nate?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Derek, yes. The vote is, what do we have, 7? 7 to nothing, in the affirmative.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can go home now.
Yeah. Oh, it starts smoothly and quickly. So, next we enter into our public hearings. So I welcome a motion to recess for public hearings.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Okay. Judy? Pardon the informality. I hope people are okay with me using first names tonight, but, yeah, Judy?
We can vote yes or no.
Yes or no? To go to public meeting? Yes. Sarah?
Yes.
Ellen?
Yes?
Nate?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Derek, yes. Congratulations, we're in public hearings. Do we need to read the notice? Okay. Mr. Clausen will read the notice for our first public hearing.
You have to say what it is.
For special permit number 203-25 and modification request to site plan review number 161-23, 103 Cabot Street, Glovsky & Glovsky LLC. Attorneys representing the applicants, Cabot Park LLC.
Notice is hereby given and in accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 48, and Sections 300-59D, 300-91, 300-94 of the City of Beverly zoning ordinance. The City of Beverly Planning Board will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, December 16th, 2025, at 7 p.m. in the Beverly City Hall, third floor council chambers, located at 191 Cabot Street, Beverly, Massachusetts, 01915. Relative to special permit number 203-25 for deviations from the parking design requirements in the City of Beverly zoning ordinance associated with the redevelopment of, in addition to, an existing 4-unit residential structure. Property is to be converted, excuse me one second. Property is to be converted to a mixed-use structure containing a total of 11 residential units and 1 office unit. The applicant is Cabot Park LLC, 8 Enon Street, Beverly, Massachusetts, 01915. The property is located at 103 Cabot Street in a CC zoning district and is shown on Assessor's Map 5, Lot 288. The application and plans are on file in the Planning Department and are available for public review.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Good evening. For the record, my name is Connor Walsh, here tonight from Glovsky & Glovsky. Office is located at 8 Washington Street here in Beverly. On behalf of the applicant, Cabot Park LLC, I'm joined tonight by Jesse Jalbert, who's the principal of the applicant. As mentioned, we're here tonight requesting a special permit as to authorize a modest reduction in a portion of the drive aisle width at 103 Cabot Street. You may recall that this board approved a site plan review application in March of 2023 as to allow for the ongoing conversion of the property that Mr. Clausen mentioned in the legal notice. Construction is ongoing and is actually nearing completion, but the applicant recently learned that the topography of the site would not allow for the original proposed handicap access ramp to be ADA compliant. As a result, the applicant has redesigned the project to just reconfigure that ramp in order to be ADA compliant, but in order to accomplish that, it needs to encroach slightly into the originally provided drive aisle. Section 364B1 of the zoning ordinance provides that two-way traffic for drive aisles must be at least 24 feet, but that can be reduced by special permit from you folks. So the area in question that we're talking about would be reduced from 24 feet to 22.1 feet, and it's really just limited to that area along the 3 parking spaces, the first 3 parking spaces there. As you may recall, this is an infill project of relatively modest scale. There's a total of 13 parking spaces on the site that will be used for the residences. And following this application, the Parking and Traffic Commission ultimately concluded that this application didn't require their review. Given that, it's the applicant's view that this will have really limited, if any, impact on the traffic flow within the property, and would respectfully request the board's approval of this special permit. Further, where this will modify the previously approved plan, we request the approval of a minor modification to that original site plan review, which is being number 161-23. And with that, we'd happy to address any questions that the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this was a topography issue?
Yes, so for ADA ramps, for every inch of vertical rise, it requires a foot of horizontal length, and the way that it was originally designed would have had a ramp kind of leading up from Cabot Street, turning around and entering in. And then as construction continued, it was discovered that that couldn't be accomplished in a way that would meet ADA guidelines. And so to address that, the applicant has essentially proposed to invert that. And so it would extend the ramp in the other direction to feed up to then a flat entryway into that commercial office space.
Okay. Wayne?
This is about a 10% reduction in the width of the passageway for that length of those cars. Could you discuss or review, I guess, the snow removal and disposition plan for that area?
Right, yeah, no, so given the tightness of this parking lot, the applicant's plan is to remove snow from the property as opposed to store it on site or dispose of it on site.
Will there be any signage there or additional signage there? Would it be necessary or
As
advisable?
to,
Just the fact that it's a somewhat narrow entry and it can't be blocked by anything, a car or bicycle or anything else. As if it is, you really lost the access.
right, that hasn't been discussed, but I'm sure the applicant wouldn't have an issue with providing some kind of signage to that effect.
Yeah, it's just, it will be important to police the area so that already restricted area isn't ever further restricted, I guess.
Sure.
And that would be my concern.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I don't have a question yet. But it's, what, 1.9 feet or something like that as a thing, and there's still 22.1 feet, and the parking and traffic, didn't even feel like they had to really address it or put any conditions or anything like that on. So, I mean, I'm in part going by the fact that they and the fire department looked at it and reviewed it and
Yeah,
said things were okay.
yeah,
So,
good point. Thank you.
No, I concur, it's more of a foot than a yard,
Say that again?
more than a foot and a half perhaps, Wayne, more than a yard in terms of proximity.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, because it's right up front,
concern,
I
yeah.
see where you're coming from, too. But any other questions or thoughts? How about from Nate or Sarah? Do they have their hands raised? I don't have my computer up, so.
No question.
No questions for me.
So is the first decision, if this is a major or minor?
I think it's special.
It's a public hearing.
It's a public hearing, so we have to go through to public comment and things like that. But I think that the order that we're going to do it, since we have to give a special permit for them to go through and do this, that's going to be the trigger for this being a modification, then is it minor or major? So I think at first it's the vote on the special permit, and then we'll go through, okay, is this minor? Do we have to have another public meeting, et cetera, if that sounds reasonable to folks. So if we don't have any other questions from members of the board, then I would open it up to public comment. For this public comment, I would ask that anyone who wishes to weigh in, a couple of different requests. First of all, we're here to talk specifically about the change in the width of the driveway and enabling the applicant to be ADA compliant with and meet the condition that we put on in August. And that would be the main focus. So just requesting that. And the other thing is that we'll ask people to limit their comments in terms of time to no more than 5 minutes. as, so, and we'll be doing that for all of the hearings tonight. So does anyone wish to speak on this issue? Would you please, ma'am, go to the podium and state your name, your address, and then, give us your input and question, and we'll go from there.
My name is Jessica Kago. I live at 8 May Street, directly behind the 103 Cabot development. And I know that you requested that it be specifically about the width of the ramp, but it sounds like the ramp is being turned. I don't quite understand where it's coming through and if it's going to be closer to my property, but I just want to say that my home is completely uninhabitable and unsaleable due to the ongoing construction. My entire house shakes for the entire day. So anything that brings the construction closer to my house is a concern. I was unaware of the extent of this project when it was initially proposed. But any further construction that may bring any of this construction closer to my home, I need a lot more detail about. I don't know what I can do about it, but my home is uninhabitable. I've been suffering from migraines and stress. My entire house shakes and I can't, work there. And I can't very well have an open house on it, which I've been planning to do while the construction goes on. Throughout the day today, there was rubble rolling down a hill towards my property as it was shaking. I've requested multiple times that there be a construction fence so that trash doesn't continue to blow into my yard on a daily basis. I get plastic wrappers and receipts and things from the building materials, which I've repeatedly requested that there would be some kind of guard. So as far as the width of the ramp, I have no concern about that, but inverting the ramp, I need to know, does that bring the ramp or the construction or any part of the lot closer to my property, because already the machines are within a couple of feet of my property boundary.
It looks like it brings it 9 feet closer.
Yeah, that's a serious problem for
No,
me.
it's really not. You see where parking space number 2 is?
Yeah,
That's as far as it goes.
okay.
Your
I mean,
property's way back here.
Where is
way up
your
here.
property, ma'am?
my property is 8 May Street. The backhoe or whatever, I'm not really literate on construction machines, but I have a little video, but it's basically almost right up against my property fence at this point where they've been working, and to the point that there's rubble streaming down towards my fence and plastic wrappers, receipts, trash from people eating lunches going right into my fence is, I think, 6 feet high, and I still get, because the tower of construction rubble towers above my property, I get stuff just coming right down into my yard where I moved in 2020, and I spent the entire 2 years setting up a little native and food forest in my property. It was this really beautiful little tiny backyard property, and it's significantly altered by this construction project, and the fact that it's changed so many times and gone on for over 2 years has been quite a setback.
Well, thank you very much for your input and for being here. Wayne?
Could you stay at the podium just a minute? I had a question for you. I didn't understand what it is that you said that you had requested and not been heard on. But you requested what?
Oh, a construction fence to go around the construction site in the back that would stop things from blowing over my fence, because I have a picture if you want to see it, but the current construction site, what we originally had was sort of level slanted ground with 14 enormous big old trees on it, and now that it's been cleared, the construction site and the rubble tower way above my 6-foot fence. So when people are working over there, the materials on a windy day, no one means to, but they just keep blowing right into my yard.
How long has that been going on?
The whole time, whenever they're working, but the project has started and stopped for over 2 years. I'm trying to remember whether it was 2 years or 3 years. I think it was
2023.
2023, middle of 2023, right? So a little over 2 years.
With whom did you make the request for the construction fence?
I asked Jesse Jalbert, and I also spoke with Danielle Spang, who said that she would come to the planning board and try to arrange a construction fence. That was over 6 months ago, I think.
So your initial request for that fence would have been 6 months ago?
I'm not sure. I know I made a request 6 months ago. I cannot remember if I specifically requested a fence earlier.
Okay. Thank you.
Does the applicant have any comment? Want to share anything?
I suppose as to the impact of the ramp on the neighboring property, you know, this portion of the project would be relatively minor. It's a wooden ramp that would be going up, so we don't anticipate that it would increase beyond what's currently happens, you know, the impact on your property when compared to some of the other, you know, site work and whatnot that's taken place to this point.
And I'll put you on the spot. What about a fence, a temporary fence in the back there to try to capture things?
I mean, the project itself is very close to being completed. The exterior of it, just from what I've seen in passing by, is almost entirely complete. And so most of the work that's going on right now looks to be sheetrock and kind of and interior work. I'm not sure what benefit a fence would do at this stage. I do hear Ms. Cagle's concerns, of course, but at this stage, to put a fence up to just be taken down in 6 weeks or whenever it might be that the project is ultimately completed, I'm not sure how effective that would be to undo whatever problems that may have taken place during construction.
Can I just share this video?
Not sure that we can do that.
No, because
Can,
I just want to show what the site looks like.
yeah, no,
I have a question.
remember the scope of what we're here for.
If I may, I spoke with the applicant just now. He would have no issue with putting up a temporary construction fence for the interim of the project, if that would help.
that, I think other members of the board may agree that that would be a good thing to do. It's not necessarily related to what it is we're here to discuss today in the special permit and the other thing, but your neighbor here, you know, has made the request tonight, and so thank you very much for doing that. Thank you.
Mr. Beckwith?
Yes.
I anticipate, Mr. Walsh, that there's not going to be a lot of debris that is going to be dispersed based upon what remains to be done.
It wouldn't be expected. It's mostly interior.
But if it is interior, is it going to be placed in dumpsters in elements that are protected so it's not going to fly around?
Yeah, correct. Yes. Yeah. And plus, and Mr. Jalbert just stated that he does have somebody on site that is tasked with picking up loose garbage every day. Obviously, nothing is perfect in this world, but yes, to answer your
And in
question.
addition, with the fence, it'll be addressed.
That's the hope.
Thank you.
Okay, great. We're at the 5 minutes there,
Thank
so I just wanted to thank you very much, though, for coming. And
Can I just say one other thing?
you know, everyone has a 5-minute limit.
It's not almost done. It's the exterior work. The work is exterior, and I was told it would take until March 1st. And then every single day until March 1st, there would be this going on with the backhoe. And so I just wanted to know, is it interior or exterior?
Okay, I'll ask some follow-up questions related to that issue. Thank you very much. So, yeah, what's the project timeline that you have?
Ultimately, exterior, like grading and plantings and whatnot with any project like this is gonna happen at the completion of construction.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure whether your plan is for that to be in the spring, that.
For plants would be in
Yeah.
the spring, yeah. But as far as like project being done, occupancy permit would be March 1st. Right
So-
around there or before.
You're looking at March 1st, and so the fence would remain up until you're complete with the project?
Yep, yep.
Okay. and your attention to the trash and everything like that will continue as well? Okay, thank you.
You know, just one point to the trash, a lot of it is from Cabot Street.
We've got microphones.
Yeah,
Yeah,
A lot of that trash is blowing down from
we're way
Cabot
off
Street.
scope of what the purpose of this public hearing is for. This is a public hearing for a special permit for a reduction in drive aisle width. I'd just like to remind the board of that.
thank you, Mr. Clausen. So that was a diversion, understood, and appreciate the applicant attending to it and answering the questions. So now we'll get back on task. Does anyone have any other comments? Anyone else from the public online? Members of the board? Yes, George?
In the interest of diverting us ever so slightly further, this came up tonight because we had a public hearing. For members of the board, for members of the public, in the future, should problems like this arise, is the building inspector the person that they should be going to? It's a question maybe for Ken.
It's a good question.
Yeah, they have, the Department of Municipal Inspections has all the enforcement authority in the city, the planning department, planning board, we really have no enforcement powers. So that would be the first place to start, either that or the engineering department if it's actual site work for like silt fencing and things like that.
Thank you.
Okay.
I guess I'll just make a quick comment that your point is very well taken, that we, as a board, are not experts in things like hydrology and traffic. We have some, obviously, some experience with these questions or terms here, but we are not those experts. And as you pointed out, the experts in this case are the traffic folks who have deemed that this is not a major concern by any means. And I just want to point out that I rely very much on those other committees and commissions for information and decision-making processes.
Would you like a motion?
I would like a motion.
Move to close the public hearing?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion? Okay, so I'll take the roll call. Judy? Now, my cheat sheet is not here, so here we go. Sarah?
Yes.
Ellen?
Yes.
Nate?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Derek, yes. So the public hearing is now closed, and now comes our discussion and decision on the special permit. Does any member have anything they want to offer or say? George?
Mr. Chair, you had said that we should vote on the special permit first. Ken, in the staff report, those are inverted. Doesn't matter either way? Okay. Happy to make a motion on the special permit. Happy to move for findings on the special permit, of course. Mr. Chair, move regarding special permit number 203-25 to make the following findings. One, that the specific site is an appropriate location for the proposed use, and that the character of adjoining uses will not be adversely affected. Two, that no factual evidence is found that property values in the district will be adversely affected by such use. Three, that no undue traffic and no nuisance or unreasonable hazard will result. Four, that adequate and appropriate facilities will be provided for the proper operation and maintenance of the proposed use. Five, that there are no valid objections from abutting property owners based on demonstrable fact. And six, that adequate and appropriate city services are or will be available for the proposed use.
Do I have hear a second on that? Seconded by Ellen. And now I'll call the roll. Judy? Yes. Sarah?
Yes.
Ellen?
Yes.
Nate?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Derek, yes. 7-0, the special permit is granted.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Move to approve special permit number 203-25 for the project at 103 Cabot Street, applicant Cabot Park LLC.
and seconded by Ellen. And again, I will call the roll. Judy? Sarah?
Yes.
Ellen?
Yes.
Nate?
Yes.
Wayne,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Derek, yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Move to deem the modification to site plan review number 161-23 for the project at 103 Cabot Street, Cabot Park LLC applicant, a minor modification.
Second?
Any discussion? Okay, I will call the vote on that. Judy? Yes. Sarah?
Yes.
Ellen?
Yes.
Nate?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Derek, yes. 7-0, minor modification. And yes, George?
Mr. Chair, move to approve the modification to site plan review number 161-23 for the project at 103 Cabot Street, Cabot Park LLC applicant. And I know that the Fire Prevention Office just said that they wanted to ensure that previous conditions were still applied. So I will just add that to my motion that the previous conditions of site plan review continue to apply.
Seconded by Ellen. And any discussion? Okay. Judy? Yes. Sarah?
Yes.
Ellen?
Yes.
Nate?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Derek, yes.
Thank you very much, folks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And also, thank you about the fence. Yep. And the diligence and the trash and things like that.
Thank you.
Appreciate that very much. Okay. Thank you very much for coming. Well, now, we're going to move on to our next meeting, but our next hearing. Okay, now. Now, our next public hearing is a continued public hearing and site plan review, number 168-24, and inclusionary housing, number 30-24, for Zero Trask Lane, Corcoran Trask Lane LLC. Is the applicant and represented by Attorney Mahoney, Peter Mahoney, Executive Vice President, and also Ms. Attorney Samasco. So.
Good evening, members of the board. Miranda Samasco on behalf of the applicant. And as folks will remember, we were here a month ago and I think found our way to a beginning discussion of the proposed conditions for the project. And this evening, our proposal was to perhaps outline the remaining issues that the applicant is contesting, and these were submitted to the board with your packets, I believe, under cover letter from our office from this past Friday. So I think we made significant progress in narrowing the issues that are outstanding, and we have, I think, 5 to go through. So we can do it that way. We can, which I think is preferable than going through the decision page by page, since we did some of that last time. But
Well,
I think Mr. Chair will.
yeah. Actually, I think the plan, the approach that we're looking at, if you want to give a synopsis of your issues, that's fine.
Okay.
And then we're going to take public comment, again, because the public hearing is open. If the board then feels that public input has been received, that we've have a chance to hear your feedback ahead of time, so that can be part of commentary in terms of the outstanding issues, condition issues. Then at that point, we would close the public hearing And then the board will begin the discussion on the conditions. Some of them will probably be pretty easy. We're going to work off of a draft that, of the conditions that have been discussed, that all members have access to. It's the one that's redlined with suggestions from the applicant. And then we're going to go through section by section with those, and we will just see whether or not we're in agreement with what's there. There are only, as you say, there are a limited number of conditions where there's some sort of deliberation or decision to be made, but the idea is to try to do that first and then get to voting so that we're not, this is the most complex set of, or detailed set of conditions, that we sort of talk that through, get to the place that we're going to be, and then we do our voting, see where we go. That would be the plan of action I propose anyway.
And that sounds reasonable. May I clarify one thing?
Sure.
I just want to be sure that to the extent there's, if it pleases the board, to the extent that there's still discussion regarding the conditions, that we not close the public hearing until that has concluded, unless you are willing to hear from the applicant further, because it's my experience watching these proceedings that there are frequently questions that come up when the board members are back and forth with one another.
Oh, that's fair. We could do it that way too.
All right, that would
But
be
if, you know, we would welcome the applicant during that time anyway, but.
Yeah, that's at your discretion at that point to
Yeah.
allow the applicant to speak or not.
Yeah.
So that's entirely up to you how you want to handle that.
Okay. As long as that's the case, I don't have a preference whether it's in the public hearing or not, as long as we have an opportunity to address the board.
Does that sound, any members want to chime in? Feedback, thoughts on approach? And, okay, good. You know, we're also, in the meantime, and I'm sure this is going to come up, at our last meeting, we did send questions to our city solicitor, Beth Oldmixon. She's here this evening, so she may, she's going to be available to weigh in and talk about the city's legal position and thinking as well.
I appreciate
So-
her being here.
That being said, why don't you begin?
Give you the overview? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And are you going to be talking based on the letter that you, the cover letter that you sent with the applications? Or are you working from
Well,
no real document?
I'm not working from a specific document. It's summarizing the items that are,
I've experienced a catastrophic pen failure.
my intent was just to give you the overview of the issues that are outstanding, a couple of bullets to explain in each case why they're still outstanding, but to keep it at a higher level, unless, of course, anybody has questions. As I said, the latest draft eliminated a lot of the items that were in particular questionable about condition letters and which conditions carried forward. I think we've resolved those issues satisfactorily. The first objections we have are to the two items that were a part of the Parking and Traffic Commission's recommendation. And those are referenced in the draft conditions in section 2B on page 3 for anybody who's following along. Those are number 1.
So, excuse me.
Just to clarify, we're all working off the applicant comments 12/12/25 document, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And for members of the board who are pulling it up online, the full title is 2025-12-12 Zero Trash Conditions of Approval Applicant Suggestions is the name of the document, and the header on the document is Applicant Comments 12-12-25.
Thank you. So those items, the first, there are two. The first is the requirement that the applicant install video detection at the intersection of Cabot and Conant Street. In the spirit of trying to close the gap on this, the applicant still maintains that this is a condition beyond the authority of the board because the documentation that was peer-reviewed as part of this proceedings is very clear that the project is not anticipated to have any significant impacts on that intersection. So that's our first position. We've been saying that at every proceeding since, I think, June, to no avail. We are trying to close the loop on that and have proposed a contribution to the cost of the city performing that work with a contribution at $50,000. I realize that's a late-breaking proposal, but we did work to correspond with Jeffrey Dirk, the peer review individual for the board, and forwarded email correspondence earlier today to Mr. Clausen from Mr. Dirk, agreeing that this was a reasonable approach. So we would ask that the board consider that in lieu of imposing the condition to actually do the work. That's the first.
Okay. Do we want to go through your list and then go back, or do you want to take them one at a time as you hit them?
I'll defer to you. I'm happy to engage on them as we hit them, if that won't,
I might
if the board
forget
feels that's,
later on.
okay.
Well, yeah, so Wayne, why don't you ask your question?
I guess I'm just trying to figure out how the sum of $50,000 was determined and whether that is in fact a reasonable sum, because I have no idea what a reasonable sum would
Yes.
be for that.
So the sum was advanced by Rebecca Brown from Greenman Peterson, the traffic consultant for the project. She's estimated that sum way back in June when we went through the entire mitigation list, so it's not a number pulled from thin air. She submitted the backup or her analysis to Mr. Dirk, and he also concluded that the $50,000 was a reasonable approach to solving that problem.
Okay, so that number 50,000 came from June, and as we all know, inflation has been solved since then, so it hasn't gone up a dime. So that's good. All right, good, thank you.
You're welcome.
I had two questions for you. First, I do want to say we did receive feedback from neighbors about the intersection and about the issue of additional traffic to backtrack as part of the traffic circling, things like that. And, you know, I used to live on Conant Street there, and so I used to take that as a shortcut through, you know, to avoid 128 and the traffic and so I used to do some of that. Now I'm not saying that I don't live there anymore, so that I don't have that same perspective, but I do appreciate the neighbors, you know, wondering, because it is an abnormally high traffic issue there in terms of accident rates, things like that. So that's one. And the second, in terms of that number, because we're looking at the future, we're looking at the costs, and we're looking at when this work could be performed, et cetera, and at having others look and see whether or not that would cover it, whether or not there was any flexibility for, say, $75,000.
I think.
I'm just asking a question here.
I would say at this point, we advanced the $50,000 in good faith for a condition that we don't think we are obligated to complete. I'm not discounting the neighbor's view or sort of people's personal experience of that intersection. I get it. But we've also gone through the science of having traffic analysis done ad nauseum for this project, and it should count for something, in my view. It was peer-reviewed, Mass DOT reviewed it, et cetera, et cetera. So we made this offering in good faith. I don't think we're wanting to negotiate further with the board. It's up to you whether you would like to accept that or impose the original condition. We'd ask, we think this is a fair compromise, and it is representative of, it's more than representative of the impacts to be generated by the project.
Ellen?
Mr. Masco, do you anticipate what the cost will be for that, in addition to the $50,000? Do you have an idea what the cost would be?
So
Just out of
one of the
curiosity.
issues is, and one of the reasons that the applicant is reluctant to do this work is that there's the purchase of the video installation equipment. There's the installation of the equipment. Then there's all of the other things that might have to happen in a particular intersection that we are not in a position to predict right now. And we think that this is the fair contribution for the condition. I am not going to sit here and tell you, I couldn't do that in good faith, that the entire installation project would not exceed $50,000. That's not the point. We think $50,000 is a reasonable estimate of the applicant's responsibility for this intersection.
One I'm most familiar with.
Yes, Wayne?
This is an example of something that I alluded to earlier, in that our traffic experts have opined that this is a fair price for this in lieu of payment, I guess you'd say. And despite my intuitions that that area will be impacted, that is not the science that has come forth. So I'm inclined to go on the word of our reviewers and our experts and accept this as a reasonable in lieu of payment.
Okay. All right.
That's
Well,
a reminder that there will be other issues, I'm sure, tonight.
We'll
that
come back to-
We will refer to our experts.
We'll come back when we're making sort of our final go at the conditions to revisit it, but I wanted to ask that question and see if there was flexibility to come to 60, 75, or something more, but if you're saying no, then that's,
I think we're holding firm at the 50. I will say this, we have spent a lot of time before this board on this project. We think we've given a good studied amount of attention to the conditions and the back and forth. We appreciate that some of these things we're talking about, we're not likely to get you to agree with this evening. We're stating our objections for the record one final time. We do not anticipate negotiating this evening. We want clarity for what the board's decision will be on these conditions, up or down, so that we can achieve a vote this evening.
okay. So you want to go to the next one?
Yes, thank you. The next one, quickly, is the issue of the raised sidewalk in a portion of Trask Lane, which Parking and Traffic felt strongly would improve the connectivity of the project, as opposed to our proposal, which was to mark share lanes on either side of Trask Lane that would accommodate both bicycle and pedestrian traffic in accordance with applicable DOT standards for the entire length of Trask Lane. It would not be a dead end as this sidewalk is. Our objections to the requirement, which Parking and Traffic did not waive, is, first of all, there are other property owners with rights in Trask Lane. So once again, we're going to bump into the same condition that we're coming to further on in this document, that any one of those private owners could decide to make the installation of that sidewalk very difficult for the applicant, and it would be beyond the applicant's control to complete that condition, and we'd have to come back to you. The second objection, and this is one that we've stated and have noted in the document that the board received, is that we think the connectivity that is offered by this sidewalk is illusory. It's really a sidewalk to nowhere. It stops. It doesn't significantly improve the connection of this project outside of Trask Lane. We think that the better route is, again, safe access for both bikes and pedestrians along the entire length of Trask Lane. Our final point is that, again, the peer reviewer, who was asked on multiple occasions to review Trask Lane and the intersection around Apple Village, Cherry Hill, and the proposed project, looked at this and also concluded and stated on the record before this board that the applicant's share lane proposal was preferable because the alternative would not provide safe bicycle access along the length of Trask Lane, while this would, and that it's a perfectly acceptable way to handle pedestrian and bicycle traffic along a low-volume road, which Trask Lane is. So our position is that the record is very clear that the board's option, preferred option, ought to be what the applicant is proposing.
Thank you. I think you make a strong case. I'm not saying which way I would go later on, but I think that the choice will be for us as we discuss it to parking and traffic or your alternative. And I think it's pretty clear, and you've made the arguments pretty, very well from your point. Yes, Wayne?
Thank you.
Just to clarify, the applicant is suggesting that the alternative plan is not only acceptable, but preferable by dint of the fact that it's safer. So not only acceptable, but preferable because it's safer. That is the applicant's.
It achieves safety for pedestrians and bicyclists more than the other option.
Yeah, and our peer reviewer and traffic people have no objection to that.
Correct.
That contention. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ellen?
Mr. Beckwith, thank you. Mr. Driscoll, that was my question to the peer reviewer, that he concurred.
Any other members of the board? Okay. Ready to move on to the next one?
Okay. The next one, very quickly, we've objected on the record. We've submitted correspondence on this issue. It is the requirement to extend, to replace a segment of the sewer line that the city maintains is insufficient to serve the project as designed.
So condition number 4, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you. Condition number 4. For this, we've offered no alternative language. We are stating our objection. We have detected no give on this, and so we are just merely stating the objection, and it's for the board to vote up or down on that one.
Okay.
The next two are related, condition 8 and condition 9. Both relate to the issue of, how does the board deal with a situation where a condition involves work on somebody else's property, and if that permission is not given to do that work, what is the result to the applicant? And we've sort of distinguished between two groups of situations where this comes up. The first is for work on city property, which is basically to build the connection over to Colgate Park. that requires traveling over the city's golf course property to some degree and then onto Colgate Park. Secondarily, we are being asked to improve and make accessible for bicycle access the emergency access to County Way. That is a private way that is over property owned by Apple Village. We don't anticipate a problem, but they could potentially make that a difficult thing for us to achieve. And I guess the third thing is this sidewalk along Trask Lane. If the board decides that they are going to impose that condition, that has the same caveat that other owners might try to prevent Corcoran from doing that work. So in those cases, we would prefer a condition that says that if those items aren't if those approvals are not granted, that they're waived. We understand, based on prior discussions, that that won't happen. We can live with the language that's being suggested in condition 8, as long as the red line, which adds the construction of the sidewalk within Trask Lane, if the board, that's an asterisk, if the board actually imposes that condition. We can live with it because we feel, based in no small part on the city solicitor's own correspondence, that the board would be hard-pressed to compel the applicant to carry out those conditions if access is not being given. So we can live with 8. I think number 9 is really the one that is the most sensitive for the applicant, and that is the condition that applies if the option B access is constructed. So if we don't get the Apple Village easement and we have to do the option B construction, the Parking and Traffic Commission made as a condition of that work the construction of a sidewalk on Cherry Hill Condominium Association property, subject to the rights of Cherry Hill Condominium, was the wording in the condition. We've offered the board some language in our draft that recognizes that from the very first public hearing up until now, we have had nothing but opposition to this project from Cherry Hill. And in the last public meeting, we had heard from at least 2 people who said that they would not agree as owners that the applicant should have the right to build the sidewalk on this property. So it is entirely foreseeable that this condition imposed by Parking and Traffic, and if adopted by the planning board, would be impossible to fulfill, and that the project could be thwarted by something that Cherry Hill owners are entirely allowed to do, which is to say no. That's their right. It's their property. There's no reason for them that they are compelled to grant us access to their property to make this project work. We've suggested language that says that if that entirely foreseeable event happens and they say no, that the board agrees now that that would be a minor modification to the site plan approval, recognizing that as we all sit here today, the odds of us being able to build that sidewalk are quite remote.
I would offer 2 things. First, I'd offer our city solicitor the opportunity to talk about this issue a little bit in terms of the ordinance. Our ordinance doesn't call out minor or major and modifications. The application process is to apply for a modification to the project, and then the board determines at that point in time, whether it's minor or major. It's not a special application for minor, it's not a special application for major. It's, yeah,
Sort of.
well,
What,
well,
it's,
good, can we actually, could we ask the solicitor to come up and just offer her feedback and guidance?
I have no illusions that I'm about to solve this problem right now, but, sorry? Oh, sorry, Beth Old Mixon, City Solicitor. To start with, I might suggest that there's a discussion about whether the board is intending to impose this condition of a sidewalk on Cherry Hill. Because I wouldn't want to put the cart before the horse and have a discussion about the language of the condition if there is a conversation to be had about whether or not the sidewalk is a condition that the board wants to impose. If it does, then that's fine. We can certainly have the next step. But I think the board maybe should have that conversation first, just like it sounded as if there was going to be a discussion about the Trask Lane sidewalk. So I just want to make sure that I don't waste everybody's time.
The only thing, and maybe I'm reading it to face value, at face value, but as I read the similarity to all of these requests where there's a third party, one or more third parties involved that the applicant needs to deal with, is that there's obviously needs the applicant to, of the third party to participate and say, yes, let's make a decision, let's do it, or, you know, can it be done this way, if it's a sidewalk, if it's, you know, whatever it is, and that the parties come together and agree to an easement or agree to, you know, the work, and it progresses from there. But if the applicant with due diligence, and which is, I understand, you know, using due diligence is, it's a high standard. It's reaching out, it's keeping records of efforts to get in contact, to have conversations, to have meetings, and, you know, that sort of thing. To me, that if that was to end in a no, we're not going to participate, or a lack of any feedback, to me that would make, you know, this sort of a pretty easy decision, that it would be minor and the applicant has, you know, done its responsibility to try to have something work. I'm stumbling around with non-legalese language on it, but, yeah, George.
If I might just jump in, I think one of the problems with this entire debate is we are presupposing how future us or future other people will decide on issues that may or may not come before us in the future. And I think that's one of the issues with having this entire debate. And I think, Solicitor, that may have been what you were talking about when you said, let's not put the cart before the horse, and let's decide on the merits of this, of the sidewalk existing before we get into the legalese here. I'm really anxious about this idea of we're going to say it's got to be this way or it's got to be that way in the future when, you know, we know that the composition of the board at that time will be different. We are making decisions now for people who will not be, you know, who don't have a say in that yet.
Oh, and we can't, and you're exactly right. You're
Right.
exactly right.
But
And I wasn't so much making a debate, I'm just trying to sort of spell out the issue of control, I guess, and the ability to control a decision or an action or something like that.
Right, and I think if I understand correctly, there's a clear distinction, both in the applicant's mind and likely in the board's mind, between needing third-party approval from the city, whether that's from the city as the mayor or another board or commission within the city, versus a third party. So I think there seems to be some ability to be flexible in the language with respect to any approvals needed from the city versus approvals needed from third parties. So that's where I was coming from, that I think if the board wants to have a discussion about whether or not they want to include these sidewalks as a condition, if you do, then we can have the discussion about how to craft the language, if at all. But there doesn't seem to me a need to have that deep discussion until there's a decision made on the sidewalks.
Okay. George, is that where you are? Is that your?
That was how I understood the sort of conversation here. And I think, you know, we turning to the, I guess, the merits of this particular sidewalk, and one of the reasons I found the discussion a little frustrating in our last meeting, this sidewalk doesn't benefit the applicant. The sidewalk benefits a third party and was imposed by PTC to hopefully improve the, you know, conditions that were experienced by the third party, that being Cherry Hill Condominium Association. So to the extent that they don't want to accept that mitigation, I don't know why we would hold the applicant, you know, super liable for it. How we then, whether we want to include it as a condition, whether we want to, how we then want to craft the language, I think we should talk about. But like, where are we as a board on whether we even want to impose this as a condition, you know, recognizing all of the problems that we've sort of talked about. I guess that's where I am on it.
Oh, that's fair. We could wait and hold that part of the discussion, get through the rest of the list, and then. That's the list. And then set the list of things we have to work on. Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. That's the end of the list, right, of problematic?
Yes, that
Yep.
is.
Yep.
And Wayne, do you have a question?
Again, it's more of a restatement. I'm really doing my best to wrap my head around this issue. I think that, I can't speak for the applicant, but my understanding is that the applicant is most concerned that a by right, largely a by right project can be stopped, thwarted, canceled if we condition, make some conditions that depend upon third-party easements upon which neither the city nor the applicant has any control.
Correct. And specifically, you know, I don't necessarily agree with everything that's been discussed about the modification process here. But the peril of the modification process is that a future board presented with the information, not having any understanding of what happened here, could determine that this is a major modification. And as you know, a major modification requires a public hearing being reopened. That's the nub of this. I don't think the applicant would have any problem coming to the board and explaining that diligent efforts were taken and why we aren't able to get the easement, in whichever case we're talking about. But to leave it to a future board after all that we've been through here, to potentially open this up for another public hearing because a condition imposed that requires approval from a third party seems grossly unfair. And that's the objection. So we've suggested language. I don't agree, as a matter of law, that the board doesn't have discretion to make a finding that based on the evidence presented, the removal of a sidewalk would be a minor modification. I'm sorry, I'm tripping over my words, but I think you have the right to do that. You've heard the evidence. You can make findings. You can make a finding that this is a minor component of the project and that would be binding on a future board. I don't find this problematic. And I think that my colleague, Dan Bailey, and I were speaking earlier today, and, you know, it is quite common that boards will spend some time delineating things that might change in a project. And some boards even delegate some of that responsibility to staff to say yes or no. We're not asking you to do that. We're asking for the board to be comfortable with the notion that if this Trask Lane sidewalk or Cherry Hill sidewalk can't be built, that is not a major modification for the project that you have heard for the past 18 months. That's what we're asking.
And that is within our jurisdiction to do so, I guess, that we could make a ruling that there's a minor that a thing would be a minor modification. Wait, before we go further, I'm hearing the deep sighs coming from all quarters, and I appreciate them all. I deep sigh myself. However, this is what is incumbent upon us, is to make these decisions despite our exhaustion and frustration. So hold fast and let's make the decisions.
I hear you. I wish there was some staff discretion as to just approving minor things. Unfortunately, our zoning ordinance does not allow for that. We have section 398E, which is the only section of the site plan review ordinance that describes how a modification is done. And unfortunately, as was written in the solicitor's letter, she can't see how the board can ignore that section. So we can only do what the ordinance allows.
But we don't know whether or not we're going to condition on that yet. So why don't we cross that bridge when we come to it, right? Which may be in an hour or 45 minutes. But, you know, we haven't taken our internal temperature yet, so,
Agreed. I think
okay.
we've given you the overview of our concerns. And thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Does any member of the board want to say anything, or should we turn to public comment? Why don't we move to public comment at this point in time? Mr. Knight, racing up to the microphone.
Hi, Patrick Knight, 4 Duck Pond Road, Beverly, Mass, Unit 202. Thank you for your time, and know this has been a long and difficult process for all of you, as for myself. One of the things I'd like to point out on the discussions we were just having on this was due diligence. That was the question that we were talking about.
I'm sorry. I just want to remind you and then start this.
I got it.
In terms of 5 minutes, okay? So
I saw that.
we'll do that. Thank you.
I'll try and be as quick as possible. Part of this discussion is whether they were doing their due diligence in gaining this permission for this sidewalk. To this point, nobody's been contacted from Cherry Hill Condominiums, so that's why I say the due diligence hasn't been done. We have about 4 or 5 units represented here. We're 70 units. A number of them aren't here because they're not against it. But we should have a right to all of us have a meeting, put a proposal before us and say, this is where we're talking about a sidewalk. This is where it will benefit you, and this is what will be. I don't represent everybody. I'm just the big mouth that represents this group here and a few other people online here. I haven't heard anybody else fighting about it. We deserve a right to hear a proposal. Where will it be? How will this impact the side of our road? We've got to cut down trees. There's a number of things to discuss here, not just, okay, throw in a sidewalk. It's not going to be on the street. You're going to have to take our property to put in a sidewalk. Shouldn't this be discussed and let all unit owners vote on this? Come before us. That's all I've been asking this entire time. Not one phone call, not one email, unless you could tell me different. That's what I'm talking about, due diligence. So I don't think this should be going on until this due diligence has been worked out.
Mr. Knight, in fairness, they haven't been conditioned yet to do that.
Okay. All right, well then, thank you for that part. Couple of the other issues that I've had is with the fire department's response to our concerns over Plan B, using Plan B as the new plan. You were asked, I believe you asked the fire department to take a look and see how Plan B will affect everybody regarding this. And I saw his letter, which states this will be better for the city. There's roads out here, there's roads. So in fairness, we're not looking at the neighbors. We're not looking at anybody close to us. We're only looking at the overview of the city. I have his letter, I'm sure you do too, if you'd like to take a look at it and these words are written in there. We're not looking at our neighbors. We're not looking at Apple Village. We're not looking at Cherry Hill. We're looking at the overall view of Beverly, and it will be safer for Beverly. So my point is, the local few have to suffer. When we can take a look at the aerial view of this Area A and how with only two entrances, how is a fire truck gonna get in there at rush hour when everybody's turning in different parking lots trying to get in, and this fire truck's trying to get around this rotary that it can't see? It's going to be a nightmare. Maybe he doesn't want to address that because you're getting your nice new fire road and the city's getting all kinds of contributions. Everybody's getting their way in contributions, but Cherry Hill Condominiums, who's taking the heat for all of you, we're putting a snow pile 35 feet from our back door because I don't know why. This is the same spot I stood with you, Tim, when I showed you how close this is to our property. And he says, I'll see what I could do about this. And you responded by putting a snow pile there. You're gonna plow all your snow there. This is all coming downhill on top of us. It's gonna ruin us. Right now, we don't have a flooding problem. We will after this. I'm making my point. I don't know how much time I have left here, but I'm making this point. We don't have a flooding issue. None of our neighbors do. I'm the lowest unit in it, as well as a few other people who are the lowest units. When these floods do start, we're gonna have to come to you, as well as the underground water runoff. We don't have any underwater problems, but as soon as the blasting and construction starts, we're going to. I know this will all be looked at your pre-blast construction inspection, but I'm making this on point right now that this will be an issue. All of this new snow, which you gave us an easement for our backyard, is now going to be piled in that easement. So we'll wait till spring in order to get to our backyard because we have a snow pile that you've decided to put all your snow in. It's going to ruin our backyard. It's going to ruin all the vegetation. But you got a place to store your snow. I think we've gotten nothing from this. All we've gotten is the butt end of everything. And that's why I'm upset right now. I appreciate that you've all listened to me, but we've gotten nowhere. I guess that's about all I can say right now. Any questions back from me or?
Thank you, Mr. Knight. We'll ask the applicant about these things that you've raised now.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate your anger at what's happening here. I don't appreciate the way you characterize the Fire Protection Office, which does a great job in reviewing these projects. And I understand you had an issue with some of the language in one of the letters. My understanding is there's correspondence that's gone back and forth that, kind of clarifies what Captain Kraling was writing about. Okay. Let me tell you my experience in working on this board for several years is that Captain Kraling does a great job and is very attentive.
Do it in this case. I'm talking
Sir, that's your contention, okay? That's your contention, and you're allowed to have your opinion.
I'm just going to ask, no crosstalk here, and you've spoken, you're not at the microphone, so ask that so that we just, I understand. Yes, George?
That's all.
Okay. So I think that there were three issues that I heard primarily. One is the sidewalk. We haven't conditioned it yet, so I think that that's where it is, right? Option B, safety. George raised the fire department and the look at safety, and I think that we don't need you to reply. That wasn't your piece. But the water issues, the snow, during the last meeting, I thought I heard that there wouldn't be snow in the easement area near that you were making a change not to store snow there or push snow there. Did I hear incorrectly?
Yes, I think it was one of the problems was we were trying to keep the snow out of the easement area.
Yeah.
We have, I will say that the team did look at the snow storage issue informally, and we think that we can move it across the road, across Duck Pond Road. It will still be outside of the wetland area that's there. We think there's room to get that done. So we're willing to live with a condition that says that, if that would make folks feel better about this. But we certainly heard Mr. Knight, and we looked to see whether there was a way to accommodate his concerns, and we believe that there is.
Yes.
Again, clarifying, that, if I understood correctly, that is not a storage area. It is a turn radius area for the plowing that occurs on that site. It's not a storage area.
It's,
Oh, I have a different area, I guess. I've got the areas confused. So that is a storage area.
There was a small.
well, it was a
there
plow, it was a small plow area. It wasn't intended that everybody was going to dump. It was, we had this conversation last time, that it's
Yeah,
not
just trying to
intended
remember
to
which area is
be,
which here.
it's not intended to be something where all the trucks or the loaders come and they deposit their snow in that area. It was just an area designated for plows as they go up and down that road. That would be a natural turnout place for snow storage related to that immediate area.
And at any rate, you think that you can put that across Duck Pond
We're
Road?
going to
So
figure out
theref-
how to put that across the street.
So therefore, concerns about that snow pile causing flooding either above or below ground, you would deny that that's a concern?
We do not have that concern, no.
Okay. Mr. Knight is obviously concerned about flooding, impending flooding, if that is used as a storage area, but you would deny that that's a real concern. Thank you.
Yes,
Those are the, I think.
thank you.
Yes.
Good evening, Karen Johnson, 4 Duck Pond Road. I'm just looking for clarification. There are a number of easements and potential modifications that are being discussed. How will those be handled after the project is permitted?
So that's a wide question. In what particular way are you?
So
are you
there,
saying that if
there's,
the documents that we have right now show areas where an easement would come into play, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and there were several areas. In the project design has been provided to us, and the applicant is working with, whether it's Apple Village, et cetera, to be able to construct as desired. Now, help me out here, Ms. Samasco, in terms of if there's any particular issue with any of the plans you have with easement areas right now.
So to the extent that the plans in either option identify certain easements, and there are some small ones as well as the big ones. There are small ones for a little bit of sidewalk on Apple Village. There's a sightline easement. So our plans all anticipate that those will be achieved and that the site will be constructed in accordance with those easements. If we are proven wrong for some reason, we would have to redesign that particular issue and come back to the board for a modification to the site plan. And I know this is confusing. We see a distinction between the plans that we have prepared and the project design that we have put forth to the board and parking and traffic that relies on easements, right? If we don't get those, that's on us. And we bear that risk. We took that risk when we submitted the application in the first place, and that's the applicant's decision. It's different if during the review process, conditions are imposed over our objection in many cases that requires work to be done on somebody else's property. And those we didn't bargain for, and that's why we are working so hard to make this manageable.
I think we see that distinction, so, thank you.
So my question is, depending on if the easements are achieved with the abutters or not, what is the process that will follow? Are you going to approve the project without the easements and say it can go either way? Or are you going to say, we're approving the project with site plan B or the access through Duck Pond Road, and then if we get the easement with Apple Village, we're going to come back and revisit this? Or is it going to be like an either or? What is that? Tell me how that process works.
Right now, we're at option B,
Okay?
and if the applicant does end up getting and is continuing, part of the conditions that we're working on here would be, looking into the future, continue those discussions to be able to have the main entrance, the separate main entrance. And if that happens, then they would come back to us with a modification and then and move forward from there.
So that would be for any modification due to an easement would come back for a modification review by your board?
You're saying any easement. For some of the existing easements where the applicant feels that there's no issue with what is planned, then they wouldn't have to come to us. If they have to change what is in the plan that they've designed and presented to us, which is the set from October 30th or whatever the date is, then that's November 10th.
But some of those plans, I'm sorry.
That would be something where they'd have to come. And now I see George has a hand.
And I was just going to interject. The applicant currently possesses several access easements.
Yeah.
One over Duck Pond Road and one over the parking lot through Cherry Hill and the other, through, is it Cherry Hill? Apple Village, excuse me, on the other side that are providing the access here. And the sort of on your plans that are before us, setting aside this issue of the sidewalk, are there outstanding, I believe there's one about, like sightlines or something, right?
There's a couple.
Outstanding easements, is that?
Yeah, well, so obviously for Plan A, you'd prefer to get the access easement for the main, what we were calling the
Correct.
main entrance
Yes.
once upon a time.
Yeah.
What other outstanding easements, to respond to Ms. Johnson's question, what other outstanding easements does this project as currently presented depend upon that you guys don't currently have?
So our project depends on, I think there are 2 sightline easements close to Manor Drive and the intersection of Manor Drive and Trask Lane, or excuse me, Duck Pond Road and Trask Lane. Sorry? One sightline easement, excuse me. And then I believe there's a small sidewalk easement that we are looking to get over Apple Village's property in exchange for not moving their sign. So those are 2 that we require in addition to, our preferred access.
And those are both from Apple Village?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So coming back around here, what you laid out a minute ago was distinguishing between the ones upon which your project relies, right, which you are, you're taking that at your risk at the moment, versus additional ones that the board may or may not choose to impose. And in either case, if an easement is not secured, you'd be back for a modification potentially in the future. But, obviously this sidewalk issue is a separate kind of debate that we've been having. But I think that's the answer to your question, hopefully.
Yeah, mostly yes, they will come back to revisit that. And then on the conditions, will there be a date set as to when those easements need to be in place before the project could proceed?
Can I take a pass at that? So, all of that is driven, the applicant can't apply for a building permit until they submit site plan and construction plans that are consistent with the board's decision. So at some point, within the applicant's discretion, they have to make the determination whether they're going to succeed in getting that easement or not. And depending on construction and financing and their deal and all sorts of other considerations, they'll make the determination. I think the site plan review decision does not have a termination date on it. So, you know, they could be working on these easements for the next 2 years. They could be working on them for the next 2 months. And it really has to be played out in terms of the project.
Okay, so when you go towards for the permit from the building department?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Yes?
Yes.
Do you mind if I read the condition 5? That's the access to Site A, where it kind of talks about.
Of course.
Yeah. We have a condition, proposed condition. Condition number 5 is called about access to Site A. It reads, the applicant has presented 2 designs for driveway and pedestrian access to Site A. Option A includes the construction of a new central entrance driveway through a proposed easement over the abutting Apple Village property. And option B proposes that all access will be provided by way of the existing Manor Road and Duck Pond Drive without the need for the Apple Village easement. Both options have been presented during the public hearing process and have been reviewed by the board's peer reviewer, the fire department, and Parking and Traffic Commission. The applicant has not yet obtained an agreement for the proposed easement from Apple Village, and the final site plan therefore incorporates option B only. The board's decision is subject to the condition that the applicant shall use diligent efforts to secure the Apple Village easement prior to applying for a building permit for the project. If the easement is obtained, the applicant shall substitute the preferred option A design by way of a site plan modification request pursuant to condition number 13 below. If the applicant is unable to secure the easement, then the applicant shall notify the board prior to applying for a building permit for the project.
Okay. What is your diligent effort criteria?
It's a question of fact. We have a letter.
So, yeah, I mean, do we want to answer that before I go to Wayne? Yeah, so, Beth, you want to give us the city's view on diligent efforts?
So, to Mr. Gomes' point, it is, diligent effort is a question of fact. One kind of quote that I found is, to satisfy the obligation to use diligent efforts, the applicant must demonstrate activity reasonably calculated to obtain the approval by action or expenditure not disproportionate in the circumstances. So there's no hard and fast definition of diligent efforts. It's a higher standard. It's higher than reasonable. The applicant would have to demonstrate that they tried very hard, and made some reasonable overtures in order to obtain the easements that they were seeking.
And offers of monetary compensation.
I wouldn't
Well, it's written
even.
into what you just said.
Well, no, it's by action or expenditure. So it doesn't necessarily have to be monetary. I wouldn't say that has to be that.
Okay. But would include financial expenditure.
It could,
I would-
right,
yeah.
yes.
Okay. Is it,
Yes,
if the project goes forward, is approved as Plan B, that does not obviate any future requests for easements. In other words, if Plan B is approved, then the applicant could then go back and say, hey, we've got Plan B. It would really be better all around if we went back to A and had that easement. You can go back for those easements once if Plan B is approved, you could go back and ask for those easements, and we could switch back to Plan A.
Well, I think the conditions as written right now and require that option B, if you were to vote tonight, it would be on option B, with a condition being they still need to exercise diligent efforts for option A.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm just restating that for
Okay,
the
okay,
record, I
yeah.
guess.
thank you.
okay.
So who's going to review the diligent effort? The board will come back to visit that? Okay, great, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comment? Anything online?
Just one quick further comment. It could be argued, I won't make the argument, it could be argued that if Plan B is approved, then it would be to the advantage of the easement grantors to then go to Plan A. That the restrictions and refusal of easements might be construed as an attempt to block the project going forward. And once that has been obviated by Plan B's approval, then it may seem advantageous to the easement grantors to grant the easements. That might be argued.
We have argued.
Okay, any other public comment from folks in the room? How about online? Okay, so that being said, why don't we move to our next part of the discussion without closing the public hearing at this point, and let's roll up our sleeves and start looking at conditions, right? Yes, George?
I just wonder, given that this is going to probably be the bulk of our discussion on this, if we might take a brief recess for maybe a nature break or something?
Yeah, that sounds good. How many, how long? Okay, we have to vote. So we have a motion by Mr. Gomes, a second by Ms. Flannery, and we'll call the roll on taking a 7-minute recess.
Ooh, amended my motion.
Judy.
20 seconds, 7 minutes.
Sarah.
Yes.
Ellen.
Yes.
Nate.
Yes.
Wayne.
Yes.
George.
Yes.
Derek. Yes. There we are. We are in recess for 7 minutes. Thank you very much. We're back in session.
Motion to adjourn.
I so moved.
Do I have to take?
Yep.
Okay.
Hold on. It's okay. Sorry, the volume was off.
Judy? Sarah?
This was a motion to
We're coming back,
reconvene,
Sarah.
Sarah.
We're
Sorry, I had
coming
it
back.
unmuted for a second.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Ellen?
Yes.
Nate?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Derek, yes. Okay, we are back in session. And we are going to begin our discussion on conditions. And the way we're going to work that is we have a draft that we've been workshopping of the conditions. And we're going to have Mr. Clausen read the condition. We're going to go through it step by step, and then we're going to discuss it and,
If need be.
and if need be, and have a vote. And we're going to do them by numbers, and we're going to vote as we go through on them. Before that, because the discussion is going to be internal to the board, I want to ask one more time whether or not any member of the public has a question and would like to offer their questions, their thoughts, etc. Right now? Is there anyone online?
Nope.
Okay, after a year of meetings, I would then entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved?
Second? Is there a second? Yes, Ellen Flannery seconds. So motion by George, seconded by Ellen. Discussion? Okay, we will take a roll call vote. Judy, can you vote on this since you can't vote on the overall?
We haven't had a vote yet for this, even the close of the thing. I don't think you're eligible to vote for close.
I don't think you can vote on this one.
You didn't open it, you can't close
Sorry.
it.
Yes.
Just to remind folks, Judy joined the board after we began and had been having public hearings. The public hearing was well underway, so what she, because of that, she's not eligible to vote or able to vote legally on it, so I just want to give you a lot of cheer for the hours and hours you've sat here, knowing that your hands are tied, but contributing nonetheless. Sarah?
Good training.
Yes.
Ellen?
Yes.
Nate?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Derek? Yes. The public hearing is now closed. And now we're going to move to our internal discussion on the title of the document, the Commons at Trask Lane, Potential Conditions of Approval. And as I stated before, we'll take the draft that we've been working from and going over earlier today, and we will go through it section by section. The first section being conformity with site plan, condition number 1.
All right, that the project shall be completed in accordance with the site plan set entitled Trask Lane Planning Board RSD Site Filing, prepared by Util Architecture and Urban Design, 115 Kingston Street, Boston, Mass. 02111, and Hancock Associates, 185 Center Street, Danvers, Mass., and Brown and Sardina, 24 Roland Street, Boston, Mass. 02129, and BLW Engineers, Inc., 311 Great Road, P.O. Box 1551, Littleton, Mass. 01460, and Hayes Engineering, Inc., 603 Salem Street, Wakefield, Mass. 01880. Prepared for Corcoran Trask Lane LLC, 100 Grandview Road, Suite 205, Braintree, Mass. 02184. 69 sheets. Scale varies, dated September 30th, 2024, revised June 23, 2025, and November 10, 2025, which sheets are more particularly described on Exhibit A. Understood that this plan set includes all the plans that have been filed with the planning board, including architectural, civil engineering, and landscape plans. Said plans are available for review with the City of Beverly Planning Department. The applicant understands that the approval of these drawings is not sufficient for a building permit. The applicant will need to supply all required drawings and documentation as required by the City of Beverly Department of Municipal Inspections for a building permit.
Thank you, Mr. Clausen. Does anyone have any concerns or comments on this condition? Sort of an administrative condition, so I'd welcome a motion. So on each one, each number of the condition we'll go through, and I'll ask for a motion to approve this condition, get a second, and then I'll hold the roll call, and we'll do that systematically.
And,
Mr. Gomes?
sorry, just procedurally, so then the idea would be that would be incorporated in an approval later on, potentially? That's the.
That's correct. We will be
We
voting
have
on.
not, we have not voted to, we're doing conditions before site plan approval.
That's right.
We're inverting slightly.
Yep.
Happy to move to approve condition 1.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, I'll call the roll. Sarah?
Yes.
Ellen?
Yes.
Nate?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Derek, yes. It's 6-0.
All right, condition 2, the project shall be also be completed in accordance with the express conditions from other boards, committees, and departments of the city contained in the following letters and incorporated herein. The following conditions, A, the following conditions from the November 14, 2024 comment letter from Lisa Chandler, PE, City Engineer, City of Beverly Engineering Department. Does anybody mind if I do not read all of the sub-conditions from the city engineer letter? It's all drawing-related things that have to be completed prior to building permit.
Duly noted.
Are these all included in her comment letter?
They are. These are the ones that are specifically from the comment letter that have not been addressed, that they were asked to be pulled out. They are all relating to drawing issues that need to be revised or completed prior to a building permit set drawing, which is why that sentence in condition number 1 was added about the drawings. The applicant needs to supply all required drawings and documentation as required. Because currently the drawings are missing some minor information that doesn't reflect the actual project, but the constructability of the project, if that makes sense.
So for 2A, I think as part of that is, what about incorporating the conditions from the comment letter? Can we specifically do that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'd welcome a motion to approve the conditions in the November 14th, 2024 comment letter from Lisa Chandler.
This is restricted to 2A, 1 through 18.
2A, yeah, 2A, 1
through 15,
no, 18. It goes down to page 3.
18.
Yeah.
May I just clarify? It's the following conditions,
Right.
right? Because this is not the entire list of conditions.
Correct. It's-
In the engineering department letter. It's just these that have been pulled out. I just want to make
Correct.
sure.
To the 2A conditions 1 through 18.
Okay, thank you.
So moved, I think is the answer.
So moved? Yes? No,
The
just
one
the-
that was, there is something that was struck.
Yes.
But the numbering is still correct.
The numbering is,
I'll second the motion.
okay, continues. All those in favor, reply by saying yes when I call your name. Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Ellen Flannery,
Yes?
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes,
Yes.
Derek Beckwith, yes.
Okay, here comes the first one. All conditions, the 2B, all conditions in the July 15, 2025 and October 31, 2025 letters of recommendation attached hereto and incorporated herein by reference from Richard Benevento, Chairman, City of Beverly Parking and Traffic Commission. That's how we have it.
Okay. I would just go through and we can have the discussion on the two from B, just one at a time.
So I'll read the continuation then, except for the following revisions to the.
Hold on one second.
Okay.
Sorry, Wayne is asking a question.
Yep.
Yeah, before you read B, 1, I would suggest wording of, the applicant shall instead make a $50,000, or the applicant shall instead make a contribution of not less than $50,000 to support the purchase and installation of required equipment. We're just explaining a little bit what that money is for.
Let's have Ken read the proposal here, and then let's take each one and talk about the first one, what our thinking is, what our options are, what our, things, wordsmith it if we need to.
Yeah.
And then go to the next one. So let's have him read it, and then we'll go back through, okay?
In lieu of completing the installation of video detection at Cabot Street, Conant Street intersection referenced in condition number 2 and condition number 7, phase 1 mitigation work, item G, the applicant shall instead make a $50,000 financial contribution to the cost of such work to be payable to the City of Beverly upon the issuance of the first building permit for the project.
And then you want to read the next one, we'll just work on each of them separately.
You just want to do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the whole section.
2, in lieu of the raised sidewalk construction in Trask Lane referenced in condition number 3 and condition number 7, phase 3 mitigation work, the applicant shall use diligent efforts subject to the rights of other easement holders of Trask Lane to stripe Trask Lane with 10-foot travel lanes and 5-foot shoulders to encourage slower travel speeds and accommodate pedestrian and bicycle traffic within the shoulders. And this work shall be completed as part of condition number 7, phase 3 mitigation work. All references to construction of the raised sidewalk shall be deemed to be deleted.
Okay, thank you. So, so the entry thing just states the two different letters. So the first thing we have to talk about is, in lieu of, the first one, in lieu of completing the installation of video, the applicant is proposing a $50,000 financial contribution. I did try to up that a little bit, but their position's firm at 50, which seemed fair to the peer reviewer, our peer reviewer, I believe, and to Rebecca Brown, who is I forget the VS.
Great GPI.
Okay. So there was basis for the 50,000. So that being said, what are people's feelings about this? Let's have a quick discussion. Wayne?
I'm just suggesting that the wording be not less than $50,000 in case the applicant decides to throw in an extra, few $100,000. They'll have the option to do so. It would just state not less than, and specify what the equipment is for, to support the purchase and installation. We're not saying that it will completely cover, but it would support the purchase and installation of that equipment. That would be my recommendation.
I personally think contribution to the cost of such work is, sort of includes it in that bucket, but
This is not a hill upon which I am willing to die.
Yeah. I mean, I'm in favor of this. I'll just put
I'm
that out
uncomfortable
there.
with the language as
Yeah.
presented.
I'm going to suggest that Ms. Gooding is probably working on a draft that covers it right now. Would you like to parse that a bit and make a recommendation?
Well, I think the language is fine as is. We have no objection to your not less than $50,000, but, although I'd actually like to have the certainty that it's $50,000 so lenders can understand what it is. So I would stand on the language as suggested. I was writing down your words, Mr. Miller, but I don't necessarily think that they add any additional concept to the language.
See
Any
above.
Any other discussion or thoughts on it? I mean, I think it works as is, and with the certainty, I understand the financial thing, so that it's not a vague number where we can be specific, so I'd support it as it's written. So, that being said, I'd welcome a motion.
Move to approve condition 2B1, 2BI?
2B,
What was it?
yes. Second.
I think in this case.
All those in well, here I would go again. We'll take a vote on it. Sarah Bartley, the motion
Yes.
in favor? Yes, okay. Ellen Flannery?
Yes.
Nate Lewis?
Yes.
Wayne Miller?
Yes.
George Gomes?
Yes.
Derek Beckwith? Yes. That is approved 6-0. Next, we basically have a decision between doing stripe or sidewalk or nothing. So I'm probably differing from others on this, so I'll just put that out there. I would prefer a sidewalk, but I have no illusion that I would be a majority, on the majority side on this, so I'll just put that out there. Yeah, sure.
Attorney Zamasco, in this condition, you say, subject to the rights of other easement holders of Trask Lane. As far as I understand that you're keeping this within the pavement width, the current 30-foot pavement width. What other easement, rights and easement holders are we talking about here?
Well, I think to the extent we're doing work that alters the width of the right of, first of all, let me say, we think we have the rights to do the share lanes under the existing easements. However, that's our interpretation. If there are other property owners who object to the narrowing of Trask Lane or think that this is a way to pressure the project or extract something, we can't rule that out.
Do you
That's why, I'm sorry, that's why we added
Okay.
that in section
Yeah,
8.
yeah, I saw that, yeah.
Yeah.
The second part of that question is, there's a proposed extension of Trask Lane.
That we have,
That goes from the end of where Trask Lane now is down to where Site B would be.
correct.
Is there any concern with the rights of easement holders for constructing the rest of Trask Lane?
No. No, because, well, the extension of Trask Lane does not access any of those properties. It will only access Site B, so.
That's the difference.
They would have a hard time
That's the difference then, okay.
arguing that, yes.
Wayne?
Could we include language that notes that we are basing this change, this approval on DOT standards and recommendations as?
What?
applicant has? suggested.
That's not, that's not condition language. That would be more of a finding. That has no bearing on how they perform the work.
I also, not to muddy waters, but I think that Rebecca Brown, when she testified about this, was very forthright that this is not a roadway within DOT's jurisdiction. She just had the conversation that if you were designing, to meet complete streets guidelines, is this something that the department would do? Does that make sense? So,
Yeah.
I
Just
think
want you
that,
to know that this doesn't mean my dual defeats doesn't mean that I'm giving up. I just want you to know that.
I'm about
I'm
to
gonna hold
join
you
you
to
in a
that.
defeat, so,
I think that the main issue before the board is which version of the condition are you going to propose? Is it going to be what the Parking and Traffic Commission has suggested, or what the applicant is suggesting in their red line?
But to your point, Mr. Clausen, I support the applicant's condition as presented.
If we're taking a straw poll,
Striping,
so do
yeah.
I.
So does anyone want to talk further, or do we want to have a motion? Welcome a motion. I mean, we've been sitting here for a year. We've talked about this extensively. I've argued for this. I've talked about it. Everyone knows what my position most likely was going into it. So I'm not trying to ram us through the conditions tonight. I mean, I want us to take the time that's necessary for each and every one of them. I think at this point, some of these discussion items have been gone over and over and over to a point where we all know where we are with them and all are fully informed in terms of what the options are. And the striping option is compelling. The raised sidewalk is, to me, more compelling. That's all it comes down to for me. And it's for pedestrians, but that's where I am. But I also understand the argument about pedestrians and bicyclists, so.
Yeah. Of course, I'm all three. I'm a car driver and a pedestrian and a bicyclist. And I'm more compelled to go with what is, in my opinion, the safer option, which I think is the applicant's plan.
Okay. George?
I am firmly of the belief that paint is not protection. However, I also am very understanding of what the limitations of this particular site and the existing street are. And I've said in the past that I think, we err if we try to make one applicant fix 50 years of, bad planning decisions that have been made up there.
Sarah or Nate, do you want to weigh in, or do you want a vote, or?
I'm happy to vote. I concur with what Wayne and Giorgio said. I'm just curious. Well, maybe one of them should make the motion then.
Yes, I'm happy for a vote.
Okay, I'd welcome a motion.
Have at it, pal.
Sure. Move to approve condition 2B, Roman numeral 2, as proposed by the applicant, I guess.
I'll second, Ken.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approving the draft 2B2, subparagraph 2. A yes vote in the affirmative, and a nay in the negative. Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Ellen Flannery,
Yes?
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes,
Yes.
Derek Beckwith, no. Nay. So that passes in the affirmative 5-1.
Okay. Where are we? C, 2B, or 2C.
Microphone, Ken.
Aye.
2C, all conditions in the August 19, 2025 letter of recommendation attached here to and incorporated herein by reference from Kenneth Clausen, Assistant Planning Director, City of Beverly Design Review Board.
I'd keep on going on these.
And the next one is in concert with that. In addition to the conditions in the August 19, 2025 letter of recommendation, the applicant shall have the screening barrier in condition 2 reviewed by the Design Review Board prior to obtaining any residential building permits for Site A. The screening barrier needs to be reviewed for materials as well as gates that will need to be included in the screening barrier for snow removal and snow storage purposes.
Any discussion? I'd welcome a motion on 2C and 2D.
Motion to approve conditions 2B and 2C.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, 2C and
2C
2D.
and
My
2D.
apologies.
And was that a second, Ms. Flannery? Okay. Any discussion? Okay. Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Alan Flannery,
Yes.
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes.
Yes.
Derek Beckwith, yes. 6-0. 2C and D are approved.
Yeah. 2E, all conditions in the October 26, 2025 comment letter attached here to and incorporated herein by reference from Captain Jake Kraling, Beverly Fire Department, Bureau of Fire Prevention.
Should we review those, given the concerns of Mr. Knight earlier?
So the letter, right here, I have it right here.
All right. Condition 1 was the 2 fire department access roads to the Trask Lane site be improved and paved to meet the full dimensional requirements of 527 CMR, a whole bunch of numbers. Requirements, 16-foot clear width and 13-foot 6-inch height. Both access roads, Oberlin Way and County Way Extension, are needed for improvement per 18.2.3.3. Multiple access roads. The applicant agreed on 6/25/25 to comply with this condition at County Way, but not at Oberlin Road, because the Oberlin Road is,
That's a discussion,
Yeah,
that's
it's a
not a
discussion.
condition.
It's- yeah,
So
the-
if you just go down to condition 2.
but the condition is, yeah, okay. Emergency access gates on both access roads shall be replaced at the applicant's expense with the fire department approved gates and include the installation of access signal preemption Opticom for rapid and reliable gate actuation. An additional new gate shall be installed at the northern end of the County Way Extension Fire Road. Condition 3, the parking garages on site must meet the Beverly Department EV charging and parking garage requirements policy, especially those related to sprinkler coverage design within the garage. 1 electric fleet vehicle fire blanket shall be installed in each garage for fire department emergency use. Condition 4, the building fire alarm systems within the dispatch shall include a direct radio master box connection to the Beverly Dispatch Center for immediate notification of alarm activation, in addition to the code-required central station monitoring. Beverly uses the municipal AES radio communication system for this purpose. Condition 5, the applicant provide a suitable location determined by the architect, Department of Public Services Commissioner and the fire department for the installation of radio retransmission equipment for public safety purposes on an appropriate building within the project to provide compliant radio coverage to the area as determined by the Department of Public Services Commissioner and/or their designee. Condition 6, the applicant directly involve and consult the fire department and the Beverly Open Space and Recreation Committee in the development of the proposed trails in the project woodlands to address wildfire risk and recreational user emergency responses. Condition 7, the fire department would like to invite but not require the applicant to join the Community Wildfire Protection Program Working Group that is developing the City of Beverly Community Wildlife Fire Protection Plan, given the large acreage of woodland within and bordering the project. Condition 8, the applicant will provide signage at a designated main entrance to the site, including property numbers included in that entrance and posted appropriately on buildings on site per the requirements of 527 CMR 110.11.1. Condition 9, applicant will provide signage and inform residents of emergency assembly points and emergency vehicles only in designated emergency vehicle staging points as indicated in the attached plan provided by Corcoran LM-A Access Alt 2. And additional comments, is that a condition or? Yep,
It's not a
that's not a condition. Okay. Yep, that's it.
Any discussion about those? Yes? Wayne?
Do we feel that there were any other valid concerns that were not considered by Captain Kraling in this communication? Is there anything else we need to think about as regards fire access and control, I guess? Or is that covered all?
Yes, George?
I would just respond to that by saying I am not a fire expert, but we are trusting experts today. Captain Kraling is our expert. Captain Kraling's letter also discusses that the applicant employed a third-party consultant that had collaborative conversations with the fire prevention office, right? So these designs were developed collaboratively between the city and the applicant in a way that made Captain Kraling, who we know from past experience is very conservative on issues of fire safety, comfortable with the project as proposed, understanding, of course, that this is a by right project, understanding that the site has access challenges, right? Understanding that traffic is a thing in the city of Beverly. There are improvements that are designed to improve the time by which, fire apparatus will be able to reach Folly Hill that don't exist now, right? We've heard in one of our first meetings about how the fire department struggles to open that gate on Oberlin Road, right? There will now be an automatic gate there, right? We've heard that, the condition of the fire road can be a challenge. That will be paved. That's, an improvement. These are things that have been done to mitigate access to that site. I will also point out that new construction is safer in almost all cases than existing construction that exists in the city of Beverly. There will be a number of fire protection systems in these buildings once they are completed. And I will also note that Captain Kraling has been very alert to the issues of EV fires, and that's specifically called out in these conditions and in many of the conditions that we've received from the Fire Prevention Office in the few years that I've been on the board. So that's, kind of my take on that.
Thank you.
Well said. Any other discussions or questions from other members? Okay, I'd welcome a motion.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve condition 2.
Echo.
E. Yeah.
I apologize, my microphone was off. Motion to approve condition 2E.
Seconded by Ellen. And I'll call the roll. Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Ellen Flannery.
Yes.
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes,
Yes?
Derek Beckwith, yes. So that's approved.
We're getting more formal as the night goes on, Mr. Chair.
All right. All right, so 2F or 2 Foxtrot. All conditions contained in the December 10, 2025 revised comment letter attached here to and incorporated herein by reference from Laura Ritchie now, she got married, Director of Public Health, City of Beverly Board of Health.
In our last meeting, just to say, we had the discussion that some of the, and the applicant raised the point that some of the conditions were more findings and that sort of thing, and that's what was addressed in this letter. And so the findings are up front, and then the conditions, come through. And they're pretty standard for. for projects, so.
I would
And
like to
this letter is available, is it available online?
I'm not entirely sure if I got it up in time.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll be perfectly honest.
but we've all had a chance to
But
read
it's,
it. Do-
even if it's not available online, there's no new information in this based on the other letter. It's just reworded.
Yeah,
I would also just note that this is largely a restatement of existing rules that already apply to construction projects of this size,
Yeah.
correct?
Yep.
okay, so, yes,
I move to approve condition 2F.
Hold on.
Wayne,
Yeah, I'm not going to get very popular right now. I would like to point out that the Beverly Health Department's comment letter and review expressly opines that the project has sustainability impacts. Specifically, talks about the quality, negative air quality and emissions impacts. While the project is not a heat island, it does, the comment letter discusses the impact of removal of vegetation, removal of native and adult trees. I guess I merely want to point out that this project, like all projects, has a very impactful, significant impact on the sustainability efforts of our city, reflected in both our climate action plan and our master plan. And I would like to note that for the record, that the health department has in fact weighed in on sustainability as a matter of public health. And that this comment letter reflects that.
thank you.
I moved the question, so.
Yep, is now, we have a motion and a second by George. Okay. Any other further discussion? Okay, I'll call the roll. Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Ellen Flannery,
Yes.
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes,
Yes.
Derek Beckwith, yes. So that is approved 6-0.
Other planning board approvals. Number 3, the conditions of approval in the planning board decision letter for special permit number 201-25 will also apply to the site plan approval.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Does the board recall, we're not sure that a roll call vote was taken on C and D?
They were done simultaneously as
Okay.
C and D.
All right,
Yep.
all right, thank you.
Yeah.
And that's because they both had to do with the design review board. So
Where
we
we
just did
can,
them,
we're trying to-
we compressed, it was compressed.
Yeah. Okay, does anyone have any questions or discussion about incorporating the conditions from the special permit? No, I'd welcome a motion.
Move to approve condition number 3.
Second? Second by George. Okay, let's call the roll. Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Ellen Flannery,
Yes.
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes,
Yes.
Derek Beckwith, yes.
Okay, sewer line upgrade. Number 4, the applicant shall upgrade approximately 2,300 plus or minus feet of the existing 8-inch main to a 12-inch line, with such upgrade beginning at City of Beverly sewer manhole SEMH-40020 to City of Beverly sewer manhole SEMH-40027, with such upgrades to be constructed in accordance with the City of Beverly rules and regulations for sewer systems revised through January 2025. No residential building permit shall be issued until the engineering department approves the applicant's permit for sewer connection. Approval of the permit for sewer connections shall be provided in writing by the City of Beverly Engineering Department prior to the issuance of any residential building permits.
Any discussion on this? I know that the applicant is dismayed at this, but in light of the fact that there are currently 452 units between Folly Hill, Apple Village, and Cherry Hill, and 440 are being added. It's just a few shy of doubling the number of units in that area. You know, that to me is a driving factor for knowing that there's impact and supporting this this condition that the engineering department strongly asks us to approve.
Yeah, I guess my only comment there would be, I don't wish to give any specific opinion on whether or not a sewer line needs to be upgraded, because I have no clue in the world whether that sewer line needs to be upgraded. My intuition that doubling the population, therefore it needs a bigger line, I give that intuition no validity. I don't know anything about sewer pipes. However, it's quite clear what the engineering department has recommended, and again, to follow a theme, they are the professionals in this, and they have recommended that, and therefore I feel that we should respect that opinion.
George?
I just wanted to talk out, and Ken, I've directed this question at you in the past, but to the extent that we support a condition that the applicant disagrees with, what is the process that gets followed going forward? You know, just process-wise.
Are you asking, like, what's the appeal process?
Yeah.
Okay. If the applicant wished to not comply with this condition, they would submit a set of drawings that do not show a sewer line upgrade. The building inspector would then, or whoever would deny the permit, and they would appeal the denial of a building permit to the zoning board of appeals.
Okay. I just wanted to get, like, I'm kind of with you, Wayne, like.
What do I know about this?
Right. Sorry, go ahead.
I just want to simply say, without getting into the weeds on it, there may be other actions that would be available to the applicant besides waiting for the issuance of a building permit if they were going to appeal this, but I don't think we need to get into the weeds on that. We reserve the rights, as we have in writing, to contest that condition.
Yeah, but meanwhile, you're not objecting to that condition, of course.
We are objecting to
Oh,
the condition.
sorry.
Not to the wording of the condition.
But we understand that you're likely to influence it.
Yeah. Okay.
Any further discussion? I'd welcome a motion on condition number 4. Yes.
Mr. Beckwith, I move to approve condition number 4.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. I'll call the roll. Sarah Bartley?
No.
Okay. Ellen Flannery?
Yes.
Nate Lewis?
Yes.
Wayne Miller?
Yes.
George Gomes?
Yes.
Derek Beckwith? Yes. So that passes 5-1.
Okay. Access to Site A, Condition 5. I read it once already tonight. Do we want me to read it again?
Would you like me to speed read it, Ken?
All right. The applicant has presented 2 designs for driveway and pedestrian access to Site A. Option A includes the construction of a new central entrance driveway through a proposed easement over the abutting Apple Village property, and option B proposes that all access will be provided by way of the existing Manor Road and Duck Pond Drive without the need for the Apple Village easement. Both options have been presented during the public hearing process and have been reviewed by the board's peer reviewer, the fire department, and Parking and Traffic Commission. The applicant has not yet obtained an agreement for the proposed easement from Apple Village, and the final site plan therefore incorporates option B only. The board's decision is subject to the condition that the applicant shall use diligent efforts to secure the Apple Village easement prior to applying for a building permit for the project. If the easement is obtained, the applicant shall substitute the preferred option A design by way of a site plan modification request pursuant to condition number 13 below. If the applicant is unable to secure the easement, then the applicant shall notify the board prior to applying for building permit for the project. And just for clarification, condition number 13 is about modifications to site plan. It says, any changes made in the site plans approved hereby shall require submission of a modification request to the planning board for review and approval, and shall include a description of the proposed modification, reasons the modification is necessary, and supporting documentation, and thereafter the modification shall be acted upon in accordance with section 300-98E of the zoning ordinance.
Mr. Clausen,
Yes, ma'am.
are you looking for an approval of, or, excuse me, a
Just-
vote on 5?
Just don't vote on
13?
5 for right now, but I wanted to, since it talks about pursuant to condition number 13, I wanted everyone to be aware of what that condition was.
I'll move to accept condition number 5.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Miller. Okay, I'll call the roll again. Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Ellen Flannery,
Yes.
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes,
Yes.
Derek Beckwith, yes.
Okay, number 6, no new access drives, no new access roads to the project from any of the abutting residential neighborhoods in Beverly or Danvers shall be allowed.
I move to approve condition number 6.
Is there a second? Second by Mr. Miller. Discussion? Yes, George?
I will just throw out, I think this is a bad condition. It was apparently part of site plan review before our subdivision. I don't recall voting for it, but in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, the issues with that area from a traffic and, that we all kind of hide behind are a result of decisions that we made as a city to isolate that neighborhood from the rest of the city. And the idea of imposing a condition that said there will never be any other roads, not only to Beverly, but to Danvers, is nonsensical in my opinion.
I agree.
Are we not restricted? We don't have any option.
Yeah, I would also say the practical impact of it is relatively limited.
Yeah, I don't know the legality of that. We have all accepted, I think that, yeah, that's the way it is. We can't do that. But I'm not sure why that is.
I think it's, my feeling, it's always been a promise made to the neighborhoods, and this continues that, that position from the city's point of view.
A promise made when and by whom? I'm just, I'm not for or against it, in this opinion. I'm just,
Yeah,
just want to know, I don't know where it came from.
George?
Go ahead.
I think we covered this last time, but the reason that this is in there is because very early when we were advancing the project with neighbors, specifically neighbors at sort of the Colgate, Radcliffe neighborhood, they were very concerned that there would be, that the emergency access that currently exists would somehow become full access. And so we agreed that as part of our project, we would request a condition for this project that there be no new access. That's why it's here. As a practical matter, there are zoning restrictions, buffer restrictions, a whole litany of things that make this very difficult to accomplish anyway.
Yeah, so we're accepting the fact that there is no other possible access other than existing roads. There's no place else that access could go.
And this is just a condition, I mean, right, this is a
That's
condition
the
for
city's-
this project.
Yeah.
There's nothing that precludes something happening down the road unrelated to this project.
Yeah, it's not zoning, it's,
There is some zoning, yeah.
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 Things change.
yep. Any other Discussion?
Well, are there any other ramifications, I guess, if we were to vote no on this? What would the ramifications be? What would
There's
happen?
absolutely nothing, I don't think, because there's other safeguards in place that prevent this from happening, such as that there was a condition from the definitive subdivision that was included.
Yeah. So this wouldn't be a
It's-
showstopper either way.
Correct.
Thank you.
That said, the applicant is also not asking for this either, so asking for
Yeah, this
an
was-
additional access road.
Right.
So,
Understood.
so we have a motion and a second? All those in favor, Nancy will go through the vote. Sarah Bartley,
No.
Ellen Flannery,
Yes.
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes,
No.
Derek Beckwith. Yes. So it's 4-2.
1 second.
See, everyone gets to lose sometimes.
Okay. Number 7, or Trask Lane, Duck Pond Road, Manor Road, repaving and repair. Number 7, prior to the commencement of the construction of the project, the applicant will perform an assessment of the existing conditions of the portion of Trask Lane near the intersection with Manor Road to Upland Road and of the existing Apple Village access easement over Manor Road. Such assessment shall include a video survey. Prior to the issuance of the final certificate of occupancy for the last building on Site A, the applicant shall repave the entire length of Duck Pond Road and shall repair and repave the Manor Road access easement as needed to restore it to its pre-construction condition. Prior to the issuance of the final certificate of occupancy for the last building of the project, or after a period of 10 years has passed from the issuance of the first building permit for the project, whether that building be on Site A or Site B, the applicant shall repair and repave the portion of Trask Lane between the extension of Trask Lane near the intersection with Manor Road to Upland Road to the extent needed to restore any damaged roadway sections to the same condition that was documented at the commencement of construction.
Discussion? George?
I guess 2 questions. One, I think it is worded ambiguously. To me, that it reads strange, the portion of Trask Lane near the intersection with Manor Road to Upland Road. So it's from near the intersection with Manor Road to
Yeah,
Upland
it's-
Road. So I might suggest that as an amendment to that.
Okay.
The second question I had is why is it ending at Upland Road? Is that because that's the extent of the city and like?
That's
is that
basically
we
where
cross over
Danvers
into
begins.
Danvers? Does Danvers impose a similar condition when they went through this process?
I don't know.
We didn't have a similar process with Danvers.
Okay.
So
The reason it's to Upland Road is because that's basically,
That's the limits of our authority.
that's the
Limits our
limits of
authority.
the board's
Okay,
authority.
yeah.
that's fine. That's what I assumed.
Yep.
So I have no problem with that. I guess I would suggest that we might want to say from the portion of Trask Lane from near the intersection with Manor Road to Upland Road.
yeah,
That
so
just
just
reads
add the word from. in
less
front, yeah,
ambiguously to me.
Okay.
And I'm happy to motion to approve condition 7
As amended?
as amended.
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Miller. He beat you by about half a second. Any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll call the roll. Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Ellen Flannery,
Yes.
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes,
Yes.
Derek Beckwith, yes, 6-0. Approved.
Okay. Condition 8. So this is going to be a little different now because the red line and/or C construction of the sidewalk within the limits of Trask Lane is coming out because. Or do we need,
It's
or do
still an
we
issue
still,
with the
or do we,
striping.
or
We
do
need to-
you still
to
need to
reword
include
it.
that, or change it, like the wording?
The striping within the limits of Trask Lane?
Roadway striping,
Or
maybe?
the,
Or
instead of,
the installation of share lanes?
and/or the installation of shared.
Straight chest.
Why don't we
lanes.
just,
Or, and/or the mitigation required in condition
What-
2B2?
2B.
Yes.
Subparagraph
Yes, to stripe
2.
it, yes, that's.
So just reference it that way, whoever does it. Okay.
Okay.
Someone want to take a,
Yep.
yeah, okay.
Extension for public, I think I'm missing some words there, hold on. All mitigation work required by the Parking and Traffic Commission recommendation letters in connection with A, the improvement/use of the Colgate Park Public Access Trail, and B, the paving of the fire department access road from County Way Extension for public recreation and/or as an evacuation route for the Trask Lane neighborhoods, and/or C, the mitigation required in condition 2B2 within the limits of Trask Lane shall be subject to receipt of all governmental approvals and/or licenses from the city of Beverly as to any municipal property and to the rights of third-party owners in the event of any work or use on private property. In the event that the applicant is unable to secure government approvals and/or licenses from the city of Beverly as to any municipal property or approvals from third-party owners as to any private property, the applicant shall file a modification to the approved site plan as outlined in section 300-98E of the City of Beverly zoning ordinance. In the applicant's written notification to the planning board, the applicant shall include an explanation of the efforts that were made to secure such approvals and/or licenses from the City of Beverly and/or rights from third-party owners for work or use on private property and why these were unable to be secured.
Okay. Any discussion, thoughts? We talked about this earlier, so. I'd welcome a motion, yeah.
motion to approve condition 8 as amended.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Flannery. So now we'll go to a vote on the motion. Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Ellen Flannery,
Yes.
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes,
Yes.
Derek Beckwith, yes. 6-0. It's approved.
Okay. Condition 9. We have an amendment to this as from what was written. We would like to, as the, yep. Okay, yep.
I think this is one of the conditions that we were discussing that perhaps the board should discuss generally before it gets into the specifics of the language.
Okay, when,
Oh, this is the, okay, yep, okay. Before, I remember, before we discuss the motion, is putting the cart before the horse again, like
Yeah.
like the city solicitor is mentioning. There should be a discussion on if the board wants to impose the sidewalk, period, before we talk about discussion of the condition, because if you don't want to do the sidewalk, then there's no need to discuss the language of the condition.
Yep. I just sort of start the conversation by saying that, according to our peer reviewers and the parking and traffic, this, having a sidewalk is going to be a safer alternative to no sidewalk. And And I understand them from the applicant's point of view with the Cherry Hill, I might as well just say it, not couch it, right? The Cherry Hill Homeowners Association, being opposed to many aspects of the project and vocally being there. I think that it's a different situation when it comes to having as Mr. Knight said earlier, they have not had a meeting to discuss this. They have not weighed it. It wasn't the time. You weren't charged with doing this yet. And in my view, that just like the other conditions, that moving ahead with this, we don't necessarily have to have, my view, in my view, is we don't have to have the opposition to the project and all that sort of stuff. If we look at this as a condition like the other conditions, then we don't have language like that in any of the other conditions. We don't say people were opposed or this. It makes it automatically a us versus them, as opposed to, do you folks want to have a sidewalk easement here? It's been recommended to us by our peer reviewer and parking and traffic and the board that this would be a good idea. Do you want this? And to have the applicant and the Cherry Hill Condominium Association be able to discuss it and either come to an agreement or not. And at that point, that means that we're dealing with this outside of the year-long process of not wanting this project right there. Now it's faced with something else. It is a by right project. We are conditioning it now, and it'll be a different, in my view, a different question. And if the association determines that they don't, then you just come before us and ask for a modification or apply for a modification. And in my view, I would view that as minor. That's my little piece. George, did you have your hand up?
No, but I would love to talk. I am, I guess, of the opinion that this condition does not relate to site access or safety at all, and it is about an abutter. And it is, I believe, in the abutter's interest to, accept a minor improvement to the sort of access that they have to their parking. They may disagree with that, and I am persuaded by the idea of requiring the private applicant to perform work to which another private applicant or another private party, and one with which there may or may not be an adversarial relationship, to require that as a condition of approval for the entire project seems like a bridge too far. So I am wondering the extent to which we can condition that the applicant will make best efforts to present, the sidewalk improvement project to the Cherry Hill Condominium Association, and the condition is that outreach is done in good faith. And that is now something that the applicant presumably can do, but that does not require them to come back hat in hand in 6 months if, the association has no interest in this project, or in this, particular improvement. So I guess that would be a question, if that is something that's, amenable to folks on the board. I don't know whether that passes city solicitor sort of approval here, where we kind of are on that, but that to me seems like a bit of a compromise, position potentially.
I'd also like to point out that this condition has only arisen because of the option B plan. If the option A plan comes back, then this is, by all rights from the peer reviewers, not a necessary improvement.
And it does say that in the language we have here, the option B, access design.
That doesn't help you with your approval now,
Yeah,
obviously.
I mean, I don't know what in good faith means in terms of something like this, and without modification,
I guess it's gonna go back to rewording this based on if you wanna make them do the sidewalk or not. So if you wanna go through the effort of rewording this, that's fine, but like, it's not gonna be worth doing if the board has decided, I don't wanna make them do the sidewalk.
well, let's, maybe we do some sort of preliminary. I feel that the sidewalk should be part of the mitigation for option B. That's where I am. And that it should be subject to a need to come back and say, we can't do this condition, and I would consider that minor. That's where I am. I'm wondering if each member could say where you are, and we have, we could see whether or not, what direction, if there's language that we want to work on, you know, based on where the board is, yeah.
I have a question, Mr. Beckwith, for Councilor Samasco. Would there be a meeting that you would consider with the Board of Directors at the HOA?
Yes, and I was going to go there, but then
Well, that's why
I'm trying to understand. I think in the first instance, you're trying to determine whether you want to impose the condition in the first place. I think there are ways to carry from Mr. Gomes' suggestion to build some language if the board decides that's the way it wants to go. But I think first we have to understand what the board wants to do. And then I was also, just one point of clarification, Mr. Beckwith, when you said you think it would be a minor modification, does that mean you're agreeing with the notion that the condition would say it's a minor modification?
No, I'm agreeing
I just wanted to
that
clarify
if
that.
I'm putting myself in that position,
Okay.
that would be minor in my view.
Okay.
What's the point of putting in the language to enforce the applicant to do due diligence someday? Why do that?
So my feeling on it is the idea of the sidewalk came from PTC because they felt like that would improve the safety of folks that are solely accessing the Duck Pond Road, the Cherry Hill condominiums, because it doesn't then connect up to the site, right? The site has separate, as we talked about earlier, subject to a separate potential easement to get down to Manor Road in that case. So this is solely to improve the safety of folks in the Cherry Hill condominiums. It's getting late, guys.
Yep.
To access their vehicles, and I believe there was some conversation about a bus stop, further up. Alan looks like she wants to.
Beckwith and Mr. Clausen, this would be for Site B.
Correct.
Am I just Site B?
Option B.
So given that, sorry, Wayne, given that,
Yeah.
my feeling is if the beneficiary of this proposed mitigation that parking and traffic is trying to impose says no, I don't understand why we are now imposing further process on the applicant to come back, hat in hand, say, hey, we tried to give them this thing that you told us would be in their best interest, and they disagreed with that. Because there was also a conversation about, potential insurance liability, et cetera, right? So given all of that, my position, if we decide to impose this, is why wouldn't we say, make a good faith effort, maybe there's some way they document it back to the board, in 3 months, in 6, whatever time period, we can get to that. But that seems like a more reasonable way of, if they don't want to accept the gift, they don't have to accept the gift. Understanding that, this is all tied up in a lot of emotion and a lot of concerns about the project as a whole.
Thank you.
Wayne?
I feel like I'm missing something here, and I would, if possible, I think Mr. Knight might be able to elucidate me a little bit on what I might be missing. And I'm requesting a comment.
The chair has the authority to recognize anybody, just even if the public hearing is closed.
Yeah.
That's what I'm asking.
Before I recognize Mr. Knight, if he's still, I noticed his hand gesturing. To me, having the modification piece in place here is part and parcel of a couple of things. One, are we just going to let them build whatever they want? Or are we going to be able to have some sort of review or look at what the sidewalk would be, as a board? Do we have any part of this project at all that, and maybe the point is that it's not part of the project, that it's separate, I don't know. But,
Between the parties.
No.
but, so anyway, I mean, to me, that raises the question of if we don't have the ability during a modification to come back or to have, here's the proposed sidewalk we're gonna build. It hasn't been engineered, it hasn't been designed or anything yet.
Just,
Can
sorry.
I
So what's that
clarify
process?
just on that
One
point?
thing you'll appreciate, just one. The board is aware that I'm particularly sensitive about what minor and what major is, and a change in the sidewalk at this site, to me, without seeing further detail, but it sounds to me like it would be a minor modification.
Again,
That's all.
again, we're talking, you guys, we're talking about, do you want to make them do this or not? Before we get into language on whether this is.
Okay, so, so what was, Mr. Knight, were you gonna say something brief?
Yes, please understand that there's a parking lot across the street from Trask Lane. This is for them to get to their cars on the other side of.
No, it's not.
It's also for us, but they have a lot on the other side of
Right, but-
Trask Lane.
Can we, sorry.
Am I wrong?
Yeah.
My understanding, right, there's this kind of circular ramp, that's not going to have a sidewalk on it.
Correct.
The way that they access the parking lot across the street is via a different sidewalk that comes out the front.
The concern is that because of the increased traffic going onto Duck Pond Road
Right.
because of the absence of the main entrance off of Manor Road, that there's nowhere for a pedestrian from your condominiums to those parking spaces to walk to those parking spaces except for in the roadway. And that's what the concern is for. So this parking lot is, this sidewalk would be exclusively for your residents to get to those parking spaces.
And you're 100% sure nobody from this development?
It's not gonna
would-
connect.
Okay. Well,
I'm not, no, I'm 100% sure nobody besides
Okay,
Cherry Hill
well, I
residents are ever
understand
gonna
that,
walk
and
on
I'm
it.
not
No,
looking.
of course not.
I understand.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
looking.
yeah.
I just see that there's a connection between there, so that's what my concern was.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Knight.
Thank you.
Yes.
So you've kind of touched on it, but what I originally stood up for was I think there needs to be a discussion about the reason for the sidewalk. And if, why you would like the sidewalk or why you don't think the sidewalk is necessary, if there are other mitigations that can be put in place that would address any concerns. That seems to be kind of the first point of inflection that needs to be addressed.
So I guess I was going back and thinking about the increase with option B comes the a very significant uptick in the velocity in terms of volume of traffic on
Velocity's
that
not the right
road.
word.
Pardon me?
Velocity is not the right
I
word.
know,
Volume.
that's why I changed it.
Okay,
Thank you, you're right. To the volume of traffic on the road, and therefore, for a pedestrian, right now it's a very quiet area, but changing it and having it be an ancillary, secondary access point when there's another main area right there, if option A was being done, you know, the projections were that traffic would be, a few people from the very back end of the project, but this, if option B is the way to be built, changes it so the volume of traffic is much higher, which raises pedestrian concern. And so this is safety, specifically tied to the fact that regardless of the fact that it's an easement, because it's on private property, the association is private property, but the issue is being caused by the project, not by anything else but the project. Hence, the mitigation makes sense, and I think that, so for me, that's it. Secondarily is the question of how we enforce it, or what level, or that sort of thing. But I think it's that the mitigation should include a sidewalk on duck pond.
Is
Mr.
that,
Beckwith, as a point of, just a point of clarification for me, this sidewalk would be just for option B,
Yes,
just option B.
Yes.
yep.
good point.
That's fine.
I missed that.
That's, thank you, Wayne, but that's, yeah, it's just option B.
Okay. I think I just want to make a quick point that we're spending a lot of time about a sidewalk that may or may not exist someday. And for me, the reason is because some 15 years from now, a 12-year-old might be crossing that street. And I want to make sure we make that safe today for that 12-year-old that isn't born yet. That's why. That's why we're taking this kind of time and this kind of concern. And I don't apologize.
So maybe the question, let's get right to the basics of it. The question is, should we have a sidewalk on Duck Pond as mitigation for option B?
Can I just make sure I understand, this is for my own clarification. There are going to be crosswalks already.
Yeah.
right?
Crosswalks is, yeah, are they incorporated, are they raised crosswalks, or I can't remember?
One raised crosswalk,
Yeah.
and,
I know there was a lot of discussion about speed bumps versus speed humps, and
Yeah.
in any event, we accommodated everything that we could in terms of crosswalks and speed humps.
so that'll
or
keep
bumps.
the velocity down.
Yeah, and originally, the whole discussion around the sidewalk was originally, the peer reviewer thought that it could be placed on actually the other side of the parking spaces, but there is not enough room in the easement to do it, because he thought that it would provide safety on the project side of the parking lot. And during the discussions, Rebecca described why that wasn't possible from a geometry perspective, and somebody said, well, why don't you what about on Cherry Hill? And that's exactly how it happened. And we said, we're willing to do that if we get permission, subject to permission from Cherry Hill. That was the exact way it went down.
I remember that.
So,
Does it come back to then a meeting with the HOA?
The condo association?
Yeah, or the board, whether we, yeah.
I think the first question is, should this mitigation be included? Are members feeling like, yeah, and then the mechanism for how we do it is a different discussion.
Because if we don't want to do it, then there's no point in
That's right.
discussing the second part.
So I would raise that, I would ask members to say yay or nay to a sidewalk.
This is not an official,
No, just a straw
Yeah.
poll to see where we are. And then we can decide to go from there. So, and I'll start it off, yay. And we'll let
To me,
people,
it's a simple question. Which is the safer alternative? It's the safer one is the one we pick. It's safer to have it than not have it. Yes.
Yes.
3.
that was Nate?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Anyone else? Yeah.
I'd like everyone, and, not to have to do a sub-vote or something like that.
I'm comfortable with it. I mean, Yeah.
Okay, that's 4.
Okay.
That's all you need.
Okay, so that's 4. We don't have to keep on going if people don't want to say where they are. So that's 4. So the idea is we do want to have a sidewalk, a condition about the sidewalk. Now, the mechanism for how we do that is what comes into play. Yes.
I have a suggestion based on the discussion today, which is perhaps we could say something, and let me just say that the language inserted here was to build our record that this is a very difficult condition perhaps to actually fulfill. It wasn't meant to cast aspersions on anybody, but just to acknowledge that what's going on here. But maybe if we said something like the applicant's, this condition for the sidewalk may be fulfilled either by, shall be deemed fulfilled by either using diligent efforts to secure it and documenting that to the board, or by construction of the sidewalk if permission is given. And in terms of what diligent efforts being documented would look like, it could be, furnishing the condominium trustees with a proposed design of the sidewalk with a copy to the planning board, requesting a meeting of the trustees to discuss it, and holding that meeting. I don't know how else to think about it. It gets in the you get in the weeds very quickly, which is why I still think it's acceptable to make a finding that it would be a minor modification. I think that's the most clear-cut thing there is.
If only we could.
That's a question. Can they make a finding? I think they can, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thought about it for 2.5 hours. Yes, I think it's reasonable to not include it as part of the condition, but make it as a finding that this board would find that change as a minor modification. I don't know if
We have,
Determine that. Do we vote on that?
hold on, we have revised language from where it says, be entitled to have such a condition waived by applying for a minor modification.
Yes.
We have it changed to, as outlined in section 300-98E of the City of Beverly Ordinance, shall apply for a modification after receiving an affirmative vote from a majority of the board for a minor modification to the approved site plan. Because, again, it gets into the actions of a few, like declaring it already as a minor.
But I think there is a basis, with all due respect, based on the record in front of this board, that another board may not have, but you have this record to make a finding that this is a minor component of the project and can be waived by way of a minor modification. I think that's the most logical way to do this, and we can spend the next couple hours talking about what diligent efforts are and how we demonstrate it, or we can live with that finding.
Is there some compromise where we can say that the board sitting today would feel that this was a minor modification, although we can't deem it a minor modification because it hasn't happened yet? But is there some compromise there that we can
I think that's the discussion we're having right now, actually.
Okay, it doesn't bind the future board to that decision, but it states that this board would suggest that it was a minor.
before we even get to there, I think George's proposed condition actually might satisfy everybody's need, which was the condition is that if the applicant agrees, the condition is that the applicant undergo diligent efforts in order to secure the easement to construct the sidewalk. And that's the extent of the condition. Then if they get the easement and have an agreement to construct the sidewalk, then they'll do it. And that should satisfy the board's need and requests for safety.
Is there any, would it make any sense to have an escrow account or something and have the money sitting there for this? Does that make it more compelling? I'm just throwing it out there. Did you have something on that?
I mean, I just,
Hold on.
I personally feel that there should be some sort of mechanism of enforcement, no matter how light. I'm not saying enforcement, in a negative way, but a fair process that if it's not coming for and I understand, we just are, the absence of the ability to apply for a minor modification, or without our ability to make a decision for a future board, which we can't do. I mean, at least that's where we are.
Well, I guess, I think we're having the same discussion. You would like to put the condition as the sidewalk needs to be constructed, but the applicant would have to come back for a minor modification if they couldn't get approval from Cherry Hill to construct the sidewalk. George has said, let's just make the condition that they have to try and go get the agreement and the approvals in place in order to construct the sidewalk. And then if they can't, they don't have to come back for a minor modification. So it would get to the same place. I'm somewhat speaking for you,
If I
but
may,
think-
Mr. Chair.
I think we can live with that, and I would just say, there is an enforcement built in there, because when a building permit is applied for, Mr. Clausen or his successor is going to go through every single condition, and he's going to get to the one that says diligent efforts, and he's going to say, oh, that reminds me, Corcoran, you need to tell us how you use diligent efforts. And be satisfied by that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they got to build a sidewalk, right? I mean,
George?
Would it satisfy anybody if such diligent efforts should include, a record of correspondence or outreach to the, homeowners association, attempts to secure a meeting with the homeowners association, et cetera? I get what you're saying, right? You're saying, well, we're saying diligent efforts, and then they're not gonna do it, and maybe Ken's feeling tired that day or whatever, right? Like, I would never, impugn your character here, Ken, but, if we have some
could be
sort of
bought.
example of what these, I'm sorry?
I could be bought.
That's what you want to say on the record.
Strike that.
Strike that.
For the
Strike
record,
that.
Ken is an upstanding individual. Would it be helpful to list off what we are considering for the purposes of this approval to be diligent efforts, such that Alan doesn't like this idea?
No, I like it, I just
Okay.
that's just common sense. I mean, it's.
Well, I understand that, but I think if we're talking about certainty tonight, right, we're trying to make sure that conditions are certain such that people in the future will understand what this board was trying to do with the record we have in front of us and with everything, right? Should we not make this clear what we're asking?
George, I concur, but I'm just also looking at it from what the due diligence would be correspondence, would be all.
I mean, I agree with you. I think that would just,
Yeah.
to my mind, that's maybe a way of putting
Yep.
people a little bit more at ease with that suggestion. That's all I'm saying.
I don't hate it.
Well, and due diligent efforts, I mean, let's brainstorm a little bit. There's request to meet, proposal, discussions, and,
I think the
And records
idea was
of
just putting that
correspondence.
maybe
Records
in
of
the
correspondence.
condition
Yeah.
for the,
yeah.
I'm just throwing out ideas here, but sometimes I've signed contracts where it says we agree to arbitration. So maybe there's some kind of a clause in there that says
They don't want to do a minor
I'm just saying
modification.
that, I'm agreeing with what you're saying, but what would you say is the due diligence? A public meeting, an offer of compensation? What is this
I
due
think,
diligence?
I think diligent efforts is a proposed design, an opportunity to meet and discuss the design, a proposed easement.
Okay,
That's it.
that's it.
To respond to the meeting, it's
Yeah.
similar to what we're discussing. You can't force the other party to come to the table.
Yeah.
No, but you can suggest that,
Right.
here's our proposal, you come and meet and talk to us.
So here's the letter we sent.
Exactly what you
Here's-
just said.
Here's the design that we, the concept we put together. Here's the draft language for easement. And we didn't, the association declined our request to meet, or met, and we're happy to say that we built this award-winning sidewalk that the Pedestrian Association of America has, thoroughly
Blinky yellow lights.
endorsed. But
It's a cheap fix, I guess. Why not do that? If it makes anybody happy.
But we could work on language that way. And in terms of the overall language that was offered, the framework for it is there. I would take out.
All right, so what I've got so
beginning.
far
Yeah,
is all mitigation work required by the Parking and Traffic Commission recommendation letters in connection with the construction of the sidewalk on the Cherry Hill Condominium Association property for the Option B access design shall be subject to the rights of the Cherry Hill Condominium Association in the event of any work or use on Cherry Hill Condominium Association property. That sentence stays. Then I have, the applicant shall employ diligent efforts, including but not limited to presenting a proposed design to Cherry Hill Condo Association, presenting a proposed easement for the construction of the proposed sidewalk, and that's as far as I got. Like, right, like what were some of the other?
providing opportunity.
Providing the,
Opportunity to meet, a proposed plan, and a proposed easement.
And then from there.
okay,
it
so
just-
providing opportunity to meet should go first, obviously.
Yeah.
To meet with the Cherry Hill Condo Association.
Condominium Association, is that the official Cherry Hill Condominium Association? Is that the official? Yes.
Okay.
And then.
Now it's down to if they meet, is this condition, if they do these things, is this condition satisfied? Like, or is this just where it ends?
To me, what I would do is, the condition is to make these efforts to pursue the mitigation that was recommended by PTC. Period. And if it's a thumbs up from the association, build the thing, obviously, because that was the recommendation.
And if not, it's a private road. You don't want it, don't do it.
At that point, I would just do something where we had, at a minimum, if the applicant is unable to reach an agreement with the Cherry Hill Condominium Association, it shall provide written notification to the planning board and include an explanation of the efforts that were made to secure such rates.
Yeah, that sentence, that,
Yep.
all right. So all mitigation work required by the Parking and Traffic Commission recommendation letters in connection with the construction of the sidewalk on the Cherry Hill Condominium Association for the Option B access design shall be subject to the rights of the Cherry Hill Condominium Association in the event of any work or use on Cherry Hill Condominium Association property. The applicant shall enjoy diligent efforts, including but not limited to.
So enjoy, so.
I assume employ is what you meant there?
Employ, I'm sorry, employ.
That's okay.
It's my handwriting, no.
Might enjoy it, too.
I might enjoy it. The applicant shall employ diligent efforts, including but not limited to providing the opportunity to meet with the Cherry Hill Condominium Association, presenting a proposed design to the Cherry Hill Condo Association, presenting a proposed easement, and presenting a proposed easement for the construction of the proposed sidewalk. And then we go down to, in the event that the applicant is unable to secure rights from the Cherry Hill Condominium Association, the applicant shall provide written notification to the planning board that the rephrase this, but it's right there, like,
Including an explanation of the efforts that were made
to secure such rights from the Cherry Hill Condominium Association for work or use on Cherry Hill condominium property when why these were unable to be secured.
And I would just ask that you add, which shall then be deemed to satisfy this condition.
Okay.
Question, please.
Yes.
Your language included the phrases proposed design and proposed easement. Would it be of any value to create the proposed design and proposed easement preemptively, like now?
I'm sorry?
I think that's what we're asking them to do, is.
But
will
we don't
be
have a
doing that,
proposed,
yes,
we don't
yes.
have a proposed design and proposed easement as of this moment.
No,
Would
you
it be of any
don't.
value to prepare that
In advance of a decision? No.
at any point? Now,
We will, I think this will be one of the things that is high on the list of action items following a decision by the board.
okay,
But
Yeah, I understand that
yeah,
position.
I'm just unapologetically throwing out a lot of ideas here.
I like it. Shall be deemed to have satisfied this condition.
I think this is the toughest one to get through
Yeah.
here.
This is it. After
We're
this,
gonna
it's,
be okay.
We should just add in, Ken shall take this condition very seriously.
yes.
All right?
So can I ask the solicitor, as you listen to where we're going, if you have any feedback for us?
No, I think that's a good, fair compromise.
Okay.
To address all the concerns.
I like having her here.
Is that? So I'm gonna try to read it again, but it's like chicken scratch pieces, so.
Well, luckily here, we have a recording, so we'll be able to capture it word for word.
All mitigation work required by the Parking and Traffic Commission recommendation letters in connection with the construction of the sidewalk on the Cherry Hill Condominium Association property for the Option B access design shall be subject to the rights of the Cherry Hill Condominium Association in the event of any work or use on Cherry Hill Condominium Association property. The applicant shall employ diligent efforts, including but not limited to providing the opportunity to meet with the Cherry Hill Condominium Association, presenting a proposed design to the Cherry Hill Condominium Association, and presenting a proposed easement for the construction of the proposed sidewalk. In the event that the applicant is unable to secure rights from the Cherry Hill Condominium Association, the applicant shall provide written notification to the planning board and include an explanation of the efforts that were made to secure rights from the Cherry Hill Condominium Association for work or use on Cherry Hill Condominium Association property and why these were unable to be secured, which shall be deemed to have satisfied this condition.
George, do you have a question? No. Oh, or comment or thought? It looked, you were deep in thought.
No, I was just zeroed in.
Yeah.
Would you like a motion on that?
Please, I don't want to try to read it again.
I move to approve condition number 9 as amended.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Now we'll call the roll. Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Ellen Flannery.
Yes.
Nate Lewis.
Yes.
Wayne Miller.
Yes.
George Gomes.
Yes.
Derek Beckwith, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna write down that this was at 10:37 PM, so I know where to find my recording.
I just would like to remind people that the first year I was on the planning board, we had meetings that would go routinely because of Depot 2 until midnight or beyond. And I believe you were also there, yes. So this is,
You've enjoyed a few.
the
Mr.
night
Beckwith.
is young. The night is young, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay,
You've
It's all
enjoyed a
about
few with that,
mindset.
Alan, Mr. Beckwith.
So-
I've enjoyed a few more.
all right, moving on.
Okay, so now we're at,
Colgate Park easement, condition number 10. The applicant shall grant the city of Beverly an easement for the continued public use of those portions of Colgate Park that are currently within the boundaries of the subject premises and shown on the Colgate Park sketch plan attached hereto.
any questions or discussions about this? I'd welcome a motion,
To
yeah.
approve condition number 10?
Second?
We have a motion and a second to approve condition 10. Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Ellen Flannery,
Yes.
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes.
Yes.
Derek Beckwith, yes, 6-0. Approved.
Okay, number 11, conservation restriction, that the applicant shall grant a conservation restriction to encumber approximately 61.25 acres of open space contained within the project site, approximately in the area shown on the conservation restriction sketch plan attached hereto, subject to the review and approval of the City of Beverly Conservation Commission in accordance with special conditions numbers 13 and 14 in the order of conditions issued by the commission, DEP file number 5-1428, issued July 2nd, 2025.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Here, yeah.
That would be subject to the approval, review and approval of the City of Beverly Conservation Commission and no others? That's not an open space and rec question
No.
or anybody else? It's just conservation?
Correct. Open Space and Rec Commission has no budgetary powers and don't vote on anything.
Okay, so there would be no other entity that would be concerned here, just the conservation, okay?
This is there.
Would you like a motion, Mr. Beckwith?
Yes.
Move to approve condition number 11?
Second?
We have a motion and a second on condition, the draft of condition number 11. Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Ellen Flannery,
Yes.
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes.
Yes.
Derek Beckwith, yes. That is also
Okay, condition number 12, signage. The locations and dimensions of the proposed project signage shown on the site plan are hereby approved. The final design of the approved signage shall be subject to review by the Design Review Board and to the Design Review Board issuing a letter of recommendation to the Department of Municipal Inspections for a sign building permit.
I move to approve condition number 12.
Second?
We have a motion and a second to
Um,
approve condition number 12
Hold on.
We may have a question.
as
Yeah,
read.
let me just take a second. Okay, I'm just going to say for the record, the Design Review Board has considered everything and they're perfectly content with what's going on here.
Well, it's, the design, there is no, in the RSD zoning, there is no, there's nothing, there's no signage requirements in RSD zoning.
So why is this here?
Because the building inspector won't issue a sign permit unless he's satisfied that it complies with zoning. RSD zoning actually specifically says that signage can be approved via site plan review.
Yeah.
So there are no, because it's out here on this island, the normal rules for signage don't apply, right? There are, bigger project signs that are allowed that wouldn't be allowed in a typical residential district. And this allows, and so we showed on our plans the locations of, I think, 4 monument signs and the signs themselves. The design of the lettering and the lighting, et cetera, will have to go to the design review board before the building inspector.
And we've seen draft copies
Yes.
of it during the design review boards,
Presentation.
site plan review.
But the bottom line is, it needs to have some approval through the permitting process before the building permit can issue for it.
Okay, that's why it's here.
Yeah.
We have a motion?
If we already
We have a
have-
second. So now we'll go to vote, and Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Ellen Flannery,
Yes?
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes,
Yes.
Derek Beckwith, yes.
All right. Modifications to site plan number 13. Any changes made in the site plans approved hereby shall require a submission of a modification request to the planning board for review and approval and shall include a description of the proposed modification, reasons the modification is necessary, and supporting documentation, and thereafter the modification shall be acted upon in accordance with section 300-98E of the zoning ordinance.
It's just standard issue.
Correct.
Yeah, standard, yeah.
Move to approve condition number 13?
Second?
Seconded by Mr. Gomes. Okay. Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Ellen Flannery,
Yes.
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes,
Yes.
Derek Beckwith, yes.
All right, construction site manager contact 14. Prior to the commencement of authorized site activity, the applicant shall provide to the planning department the name, address, email, and business phone number of the individual who shall be responsible for all construction activities on site.
Welcome a motion.
To approve condition number 14?
Second?
We have a motion to approve condition 14 and a second. Call the roll. Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Ellen Flannery,
Yes.
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes,
Yes.
Derek Beckwith. Yes.
All right. Notification of new ownership, number 15. The terms, conditions, restrictions, and/or requirements of this decision shall be binding on the owner and its successors and/or assigns. In the event of the transfer of the site as a whole, within 5 days of such transfer, the owner shall notify the board in writing of the new owner's name and address.
Move to approve condition number 15?
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Sarah, now we'll take the roll. Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Ellen Flannery,
Yes?
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes.
Yes.
Derek Beckwith, yes, 6-0.
Condition number 16, site as-built plans. As-built plans for the site stamped by a registered professional engineer shall be electronically submitted to the Beverly Planning Department and city engineer prior to the issuance of the final certificate of occupancy for the entire project. The as-built plan shall be submitted to the city engineer in an electronic file format suitable for the city's use and approved by the city engineer prior to the issuance of the final certificate of occupancy for the entire project.
Move to approve condition number 16?
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Call the roll. Sarah Bartley. Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Ellen Flannery,
Yes.
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes,
Yes.
Derek Beckwith, yes.
All right. Bond, number 17, to the extent that construction work has been completed sufficient for a certificate of occupancy to be issued for the project, but the site as-built plans required under condition, that should say 16, have not yet been fully completed for the project, the applicant may provide a performance bond or surety in an amount and form subject to approval of the planning department to ensure that the site as-built plans are completed within a reasonable time frame.
Move to approve condition number 17
As amended?
as amended.
Yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We'll call the roll. Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Ellen Flannery,
Yes.
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes,
Yes.
Derek Beckwith, yes.
Hey, last one. Stormwater maintenance number 18. The applicant shall be responsible for maintenance of the stormwater management system. In the event that the applicant, its successors, or agent fails to maintain the stormwater management system in accordance with the operation and maintenance plan, stormwater system inspection and maintenance schedule, as shown on the above referenced plan, then the city engineering department shall have the power to enforce such maintenance plan in accordance with chapter 240.
I move to approve condition number 18.
Second?
Seconded by Mr. Gomes. Okay, Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Ellen Flannery,
Yes.
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes,
Yes.
Derek Beckwith, yes.
That's it.
Are there any other conditions? We have gone through our
We
conditions.
did make a discussion about a snow storage condition across from Duck Pond, but I kind of was lost on what that was about. Attorney Zamasco. I'm sorry. There was a discussion about a snow storage condition, well,
Yes.
yeah.
I think it could be worded that the applicant agrees to relocate the proposed snow storage area. I don't know how to define
On
it.
Duck Pond Road? Is it the only one on Duck
Yeah,
Pond Road?
at the base of, I think, adjacent to Duck Pond condominium, or Cherry Hill condominium, or adjacent to the easement, right? I think that's the best way to describe it. That was formerly adjacent to the easement for Cherry Hill, across to the other side of
I
Duck
think
Pond
it's
Road.
from the north to the south, isn't it?
Generally, yeah.
Northwest,
I don't
southeast.
have a picture somewhere.
Dad went home to aerate the wine a little bit, is that right?
I thought Mr. Clausen was working on
I
it
am.
there. I didn't want to
Yep.
interfere with
It's
his
working, yeah.
concentration.
We're just having quiet time while Mr. Clausen writes.
Okay, what I've got,
Okay.
the applicant agrees to move the proposed snow storage area adjacent to the easement for Cherry Hill condominium access off of Duck Pond Road to the opposite side of Duck Pond Road.
Yes.
That would be number
Condition
19. That would be number 19.
Do I move to accept condition 19?
Second.
We'll take the vote. Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Ellen Flannery,
Yes.
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes,
Yes.
Derek Beckwith, yes.
As far as I know, that's all we've got, unless anybody else has anything they want to add.
Love to make it an even 20.
Well, if you had all the 2A, 2BI, 2B2s, it's way over that.
Multiples.
There's 18 of them.
Have an empty folder. So now we have a set of conditions we have voted on and approved this evening,
When do we do this?
which can be referenced We have one or two votes. We vote separately for the inclusionary housing.
We haven't discussed that yet, but we can do that after site plan.
So, yeah, we have site plan review.
Yep.
And then after that, we can have a discussion. I don't know if people had a chance to look at the draft marketing plan and the other documents that came over. A
year ago.
But we, we've closed it, we've wound up the public hearing. We've addressed the conditions. We've talked about the site plan review for a cumulative year. I would welcome a motion on the site plan review with the understanding and acknowledgement that this is a by right project, that there's one special permit that was granted along this process by a supermajority. And other than that, everything falls in line with the zoning. Obviously, we had some points we wanted to strengthen throughout. And in my view, we have done it. This is not a personal comment that I'm making, but this is a huge project for the space. But it is a by right project. You are following all of the zoning guidelines that are in place for you in this, so. Anyone want to talk, say anything, or make a motion?
I guess I would just say that I haven't been in love with the project from the beginning, but housing is housing, and we clearly need housing in this city and in this state, and this provides housing. It includes inclusionary housing, which we, I think, all respect and appreciate. So, ain't nothing perfect, but we got there.
Mr. Chairman?
George.
Sorry, I wanted to say something as well, because I've been thinking about this project for obviously over a year. We've been talking about Trask Lane for 2 or 3 years now. It came up in one of my first meetings. I mean, we got sued first. Like, it's been a long time coming, right?
10 years.
Yeah, this is, you know, I got kind of obsessed when this came up with trying to figure out why. You had asked the question of why earlier. Why is this like this, right? This is zoning that has existed since at least 1970, 1971, somewhere around there. It was the late 60s when you know, these ideas started to come up. They are, you know, it is very much not the direction that the city has moved in terms of that kind of housing that we generally are approving here. And I think that's the right move, you know, by and large. I agree in large part with what you said, Mr. Chair, about, you know, the size and scope of the project. I don't love the idea of tearing down all the trees and building, you know, apartment buildings up there either. But housing is housing, housing is good. We also are a city, state, country of rules and of processes and the rule of law, and this is the law. This is decided, you know, this zoning was in place, and the applicant is exercising their property rights as they have the right to do. And that's what we mean by right. And I do think that's important as well. And I think we've been thoughtful about mitigation. You know, there remain disagreements, and I can't wait to find out what happens with the sewer line. But, you know, I think by and large, we're doing what we're, you know, mandated to do, supposed to be doing here. And so I don't know. I know this will anger people, and it stinks to have your life disrupted, and I don't take that lightly by any means, but, you know, this is the process, this is where we are. So I guess that's what I've been kind of thinking about for quite a while with this.
You know, I'll say one more thing, because if I haven't said enough, I appreciate the public's participation in this. You don't have to leave your house and come out late at night, but you show the interest and the support of your constituency. Certainly appreciated.
I agree, and I think you've made the project a better project because of it, because you've been here, night after night, meeting after meeting. And I also want to thank all of the members. I don't think we've had as many members of our boards and offices weigh in on any project in my tenure, certainly. You know, their input has been invaluable to us. So that being said, in all the positioning, you know, now it's time for a vote. I think I welcome a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve site plan review number 168-24 at 0 Trask Lane with all conditions indicated, numbers 1 through 19. The applicant being Corcoran Trask Lane LLC. Attention, Mr. Peter Mahoney, EVP.
Second?
With all conditions we voted on this evening.
As I indicated. I said that.
Who was seconded? Mr. Gomes. Yes?
Should we just make it clear that it's conditions 1 through 19 as amended and voted on throughout the evening? So it's clear that it's not 1 through 19 as.
I can say.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, done.
So would you amend your,
I'm good. Well,
would you amend, okay, wait a second.
yeah, I don't know what you're asking me.
I did not hear, as discussed and voted on this evening, as part of the amendment, rather it was the 19 conditions, and the solicitor is asking if we can amend it to have that in. I didn't hear
As
you say
amended.
that.
Alan said 1 through 19 as voted on this evening, I believe were the exact words, but, you know, we
Okay,
can modify
sorry, I
that to
missed
make it a
that.
little
I'm sorry.
stronger.
As amended and modified.
Yeah.
As amended and voted on this evening. That would cover it.
Okay.
I'm good.
I re-second.
So question comes on adoption of that. So Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Ellen Flannery,
Yes.
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes,
Yes.
Derek Beckwith, yes. So we have approved it 6-0.
We still have inclusionary zoning.
We
still have inclusionary.
We have now a discussion on the inclusionary housing piece.
Okay.
And so we would like a brief,
I included at the bottom, because I realized we haven't talked
we haven't talked
about
about
inclusionary housing in a very long time. I included at the bottom, like, I'm sorry, Attorney Damasco, I didn't get the chance to send this to you because it happened at the last minute, at the end of the day today. The board should make a finding that the above referenced inclusionary housing application meets the requirements of Article 15 affordable housing in the City of Beverly zoning ordinance as it existed in September of 2016. 12% of the residential units, or 53 units, will be restricted as affordable units for households with incomes at or below 80% of the area median income. The overall mix of affordable and market rate units is equal in percentage for all unit types by, and the affordable units are dispersed throughout all 6 buildings on every floor of each building. So if there is a document that we have.
I didn't print it
So
out.
while you're searching, I can just refresh members of the board that we have submitted a draft regulatory agreement. It was revised at some point and submitted to the planning board. That was several months ago. We also submitted a draft marketing agreement and floor plans that designated, in each case, where the inclusionary units were to evidence that they were dispersed in accordance with the ordinance. There will be 53 units in total, which is the required percentage. Corcoran will be hiring an affordable housing consultant to conduct a lottery to the extent that they don't have that in-house, which you may. We do, but work on it. Okay. So obviously, there are requirements for the lottery to be conducted by a certified entity. We've indicated before that a local preference is acceptable.
Okay. That was my next question.
Okay.
And the local preference to cover what percentage?
70%.
70%.
The condition is written, I have it written on the back. It says, to the extent permissible and approved under fair housing in the Department of Executive Housing and Livable Communities, EOHLC, the applicant will honor any local preference requested by the City of Beverly residents up to the EOHLC maximum of 70%. EOHLC will require that this request be made in collaboration between the applicant and the city. It's standard inclusionary housing condition that we put on everything with a local preference.
I believe the local preference is
What's the best
jointly
document for
with
me to pull
Beverly,
up?
Salem, and Danvers, correct?
Yeah, I think that's,
Or Peabody, excuse me.
Yeah.
Beverly, Salem, Peabody.
What's the best document for me to pull up for part of this conversation? I've already read the marketing draft plan, but I'm looking for the one that is going to include the addendum. Is it the?
I don't know what you're asking me for.
I'm asking for the document that you that you pulled up and are following and
It's
asking you.
at the end of the
It's
conditions.
at the end of the,
It's the same
it's on the conditions that I gave you, that I printed out.
Turn to page 9.
It's on that page right there. Sorry.
That's why I didn't have it.
And up on the screen now is the unit mix and percentages. I need to share that. Yeah, local preference does include the, I think that includes the agreement cities.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's my understanding. And the process for this, as usual, is that the drafts are submitted with the application, but then a formal application is submitted by the applicant to both the state and the city that has the final documents using the state's form of.
Yep. So the long and short is that everything that they've submitted complies with the inclusionary zoning ordinance
As it existed.
as it existed in
9 years
2016.
ago. Mr. Chair, would you like a motion on the finding?
Yeah,
to
so
start
it's a
with?
finding, the
Yeah.
one finding or two?
Good night, thank you. I think it's one finding and then a motion on approval of the, right?
Yep.
So I
Yeah.
would move to make a finding that the, sorry, that, I should have the number up. We're good at this. All right. Motion that inclusionary housing application number 30-240 Trask Lane, Corcoran Trask Lane LLC, attention Peter Mahoney, EVP, meets the requirements of Article 15 of the Article 15 Affordable Housing in the City of Beverly zoning ordinance as it existed in September 2016. Pursuant to that, 12% of the residential units or 53 units will be restricted as affordable units for households with incomes at or below 80% of the area median income. The overall mix of affordable and market units is equal in percentage for all unit types, and the affordable units are dispersed throughout all 6 buildings on every floor of each building.
That's the finding.
Does this get referenced
Not
anywhere?
yet, that's when we make the approval.
That's the condition on the approval?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so there's been a motion on a finding.
Yep.
Motion with the finding, seconded by Ms. Flannery. We'll vote now. Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Ellen Flannery,
Yes?
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes.
Yes.
Derek Beckwith. Yes, 6-0 in the affirmative.
Mr. Chair,
I'd like to make a motion to approve inclusionary housing application number 30-24, 0 Trask Lane, applicant Corcoran Trask Lane LLC, attention Peter Mahoney, EVP, subject to the following condition, to the extent permissible and approved under Fair Housing and the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, EOHLC, the applicant will honor any local preference requested by the city of Beverly up to the EOHLC maximum of 70%. EOHLC will require that this request be made in collaboration between the applicant and the city.
Second?
We have a motion and second. I didn't hear the word City of Beverly residents.
That was intentional because of the conversation we just had about the compact. So the city of Beverly participates in this like intercity thing. So it is not only open to city of Beverly residents. So I didn't feel like that was the appropriate language there.
Okay,
Right.
great. Is that?
That's fine.
Great, okay. Thank you, sorry.
No.
We have a motion and a second by Ms. Flannery, and one of our final votes of the evening. Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Ellen Flannery,
Yes.
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes,
Yes.
Derek Beckwith, yes. So 6-0. In the affirmative.
Now I think it's done.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate that this has been a lot of work and a long process. And we're grateful for the attention that was given and the care along the way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and
personal
gentlemen,
note-
we
On a personal note, Mr. Chair, if I may, this is my last planning board meeting, so I would like to say thank you for all of the good work that you have done. I'm retiring at the end of the year.
Congratulations.
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 I'll miss you
Congratulations.
all,
Congratulations.
but yeah.
Wow.
But it's been a real pleasure to be in front of you for so long, and I value the trusted relationships that we've built over the years, so thank you.
Had we known, we would have dragged it out a few more meetings for you.
We can keep it till
Now you
January.
know why
Could we
Losing
motion to
patience.
reconsider?
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you.
Okay, I would, oh, we came back from meetings, all right, so it's approval of minutes.
Oh, you know what, I screwed up.
What?
Supposed to set a public hearing. Damn it. We'll talk about that.
I think I'll probably be able to do it
Yeah.
because it's not. Okay, so we have two sets of minutes that we have, the minutes for October 7th and the minutes for November 18th.
We have to vote to reconvene the meeting, unfortunately.
Oh,
I was going to say, we have to reconvene. no?
Yep.
okay.
So move.
Second?
So Sarah Bartley,
You can start with Jim.
Yes.
Ellen Flannery,
Yes.
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes,
Yes.
Derek Beckwith, yes.
I think Judy can vote on this one, too.
Oh,
Yes.
Judy,
Judy could vote on this one,
Judy.
yeah. Yes, Jody could vote on.
7-0, we are reconvened.
We haven't got it, even got it.
Also, special thanks to the city solicitor for all of her incredible work. It was very helpful tonight. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, minutes. Let me pull them out. I know that.
All right, looks like October 7th was, I think that was the meeting where everything got continued and we really didn't do anything, so there's all Scriveners.
Yeah.
Motion to approve the October 7th minutes as amended.
Second?
Motion to approve, it's been seconded. Okay. Hold on a second, let me, lost my cheat sheet. I've been keeping track on the same night and the same one all meeting long. Okay,
Right there.
so this is from a year ago. Sarah Bartley,
Yes.
Ellen Flannery,
Yes.
Nate Lewis,
Yes.
Wayne Miller,
Yes.
George Gomes,
Yes.
Derek Beckwith, yes.
I'll remind you again that Judy.
And Judy, sorry. Well, Judy, you're not on, I'm
Although you
holding
weren't
up one
present for
from
that
a year ago.
It doesn't matter. You can still vote on minutes. Yep.
We were here for 5 minutes.
So did you vote in the affirmative? Yes. You did. Okay, so 7-0, approved. And so the next are for November 18th.
Okay. Are these all Scrivener's,
No.
Ms. Flannery? Okay.
No.
What do we have?
We have on page 3, line 93, at the top of the page, Mr. Clausen.
Okay, noted that Jeff Simasco explained why the applicant stated that if the
Who the owner is,
Cherry Hill Condominiums,
owner. Yeah.
Condominium Association.
it should say Cherry
Association.
Condominiums, Cherry Hill Condominiums Association.
Yeah, what should,
Yep,
whichever you'd prefer.
that's it.
Okay,
Change that to association.
to association, okay.
Anything else?
Yes, and on page 4, lines 138 and 139, delete, as they're out of context.
Yes, they certainly are. Yep. Okay,
And the others are Scrivener's.
okay.
Motion to approve the November 18th, 2025 meeting minutes as amended.
Yeah, second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, no discussion, so Judy?
There you go.
Yes? Okay. Sarah?
Yes.
Ellen?
Yes?
Nate?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Derek? Yes, 7-0, approved. That concludes the business for today. However, I would just like to make note that Nate's term is up at the end of the month, and Nate has made the decision not to re-up for another. So
This was Nate's last meeting.
Oh,
this is Nate's last meeting, and
Fortunately, it's remote too.
I know.
so,
Yes. As-
so, well, you.
Thank you, Nate.
Yeah, thank you for everything, and thank you for being here this evening. It's luckily, we were right down to the wire with the number of members that were available.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So, you hung in there for a long time, so thank you very much.
It's
And
been
we'll-
great for you guys.
We'll miss you. We'll miss you.
Thank you, Nate.
I'll be around then.
Great, thank you, Nate.
Thank you, Nate, and feel better, and
And I
feel
hope
better,
you-
Sarah,
I
as
hope you
well.
and
Yeah.
Sarah feel better.
Both of you put in extra duty.
And nobody fell asleep in the middle of the meeting.
I did.
I stayed awake for you, Wayne.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah.
Feel better.
Of course, there was a precedent, should you have fallen asleep.
Yeah, you gave me precedent, but I did not. All right, thanks, everybody. Good night.
And I've noticed on the agenda that I forgot to add setting a public hearing for
Oh,
a project on Cabot Street. I'll talk to the chair. Expect there to be a public hearing for that.
is that, Mr. Clausen, why I asked you for the date in January?
Yeah.
I think you said 13, right?
And I believe I will set that public
So-
hearing for Tuesday, January 13th.
We can't set it
you don't set
during
it.
during the meeting. We have the application, but it's not on the agenda during the meeting.
I'm
It's
sorry,
like-
I'm sorry.
It will be set outside of the meeting, but it will
I
be
got you.
happening on that,
On the 13th.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Would you like a motion to adjourn?
I would like a motion
So
to
moved.
adjourn.
A motion to adjourn is always in order, but never subject to debate.
Okay, well.
Still
I'm not
subject
quite
to
sure
a
if
second,
that's a
though.
joke.
Subject to a
or
second.
Second.
And then we have to hold a roll call for this, so. Judy?
I don't think you have to vote on,
I don't think you have to vote on a motion to adjourn. But
I do.
We usually vote
the
on
other
yeah,
meeting.
we usually do, but I think Robert's
Usually
rules say you
do.
don't have to vote on.
Judy? Yes. Sarah? It's gone?
Yes.
Oh, yes, yay, you stayed, see?
I'll ask you.
Ellen?
Yes.
Nate?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Derek, yes. That's it, we are adjourned.